Thanks for joining us. The Konya Velodrome. Great facility, and this is the first time we have had competition here. Thanks for your company. Marty McDonald with you to take you through today's race action. We're going to be kicking off the racing with the women's Omnium scratch race. We'll take in the men's sprint, the women's Kieran, and the women's Omnium in its entirety. The Konya Velodrome, 250 meters, finished spruce, maximum bankings of 45.5 degrees. You're in for a treat this afternoon, because we have some special co-commentators. We have Lauren Bell, British sprinter, and we'll also be joined this afternoon by Marie Kwame from France. But Lauren Bell has joined me. Lauren, what a weekend of racing we've had so far. We're going to kick off with the women's Omnium, but just what has the track been like here in Konya?
Yeah, it's been very quick. I think we've seen that across all the events. There's a lot of PBs been happening, some world records as well in the sprint, so it's been very exciting to watch, and I'm sure that this afternoon's session will be just as good.
We're going to start off with the women's Omnium scratch race. We had a qualification this morning. 4 events that we will see. Starting at the fence, we'll introduce you to everyone that is lining up here for the scratch race in the Omnium. 40 laps of the track, 10 kilometers in distance. We have Daniela Campos of Portugal, Tsiaki Uchino of Japan. We've got Valeria Valganen of the independent athletes, Ngare Baraclough from Canada. We have Lorena Loop from Switzerland, Anita Stenberg from Norway, Ali Wollaston of New Zealand. We've got Ellen Holland Klinger from Denmark, Olivita Balasaito of Lithuania, Anita Baimer from Italy, Aurora Pernale from France, Erin Grace Crichton from Ireland, Yarelia Acevedo Mendoza from Mexico. There's Anita Stenberg, one of the favourites for this Omnium. Now for Kozieva from Uzbekistan. We also have Lisa Van Bell of the Netherlands. This is Ali Wollaston, resplendent in her rainbow jersey. Helene Hesters we'll see from Belgium. Maeve Plouffe from Australia. We've got Liao Jali from China. Beth Ingram from the USA. Olga Vankiewicz from Poland. Li Showing from Hong Kong. Eva Anguela Yaquez of Spain, Alberta Bachikova from Slovakia, Petra Sevchikova from Czechia. That is who we're going to see in action. Lauren, for Omnium riders, and just for any of you top flight track riders, must be quite a balancing act coming into a day like this, where you have multiple races throughout the day like this.
Especially in the Omnium, it's all about making sure that you're consistently performing in all of the events. So, you know, the girls will have to make sure they keep their energy up and all the strategies they have, so that by the last race of the day, they're still performing really well.
And does that mean, you know, right from your breakfast in the morning, and I know a lot of you have a lot of sports scientists that look after you, so is that planned by your backup team of everything kind of you're going to eat and drink throughout the day, because it's really hot here as well? Yeah,
it's definitely fluids are a big thing, making sure you're not getting too dehydrated, and especially on the endurance side, making sure you're starting the morning with a lot of carbs and you're maintaining that through the day. But a lot of these girls, they're really experienced, so you know, they'll know what to do, and they'll just make sure they're keeping fueled and keeping ready to go.
And is that a big difference as well? You've got your Omnium riders where you're riding multiple sort of 10 kilometer plus kind of events, as opposed to sort of you as a sprinter. Does that change things up as well?
Yeah, it's always about, you know, making sure you're fueling for your energy system that you're using. So sprinters is short and fast, endurance need to make sure that by the end of, you know, now we've got 37 laps, that they're still pinging by the end of that. So it's slightly different, but you know, it's still kind of the general principles are the same. Basically, eat as much as you can.
And in a scratch race at the moment, it's quite a sporting scratch race. Everyone kind of doing a little turn on the front, just swing off. You know, you've got to be very tactical, especially in the first race of an Omnium, because sometimes it'll just kick off, won't it, straight away?
Yeah.
But then you'll get one that starts off a little bit more like this, where everyone's kind of mindful of all the events to come. But you also don't want to have a bad scratch race, do you?
Yeah, I think it's just about, you know, bringing the experience from previous races you have and making sure you're keeping your eyes on, I guess, the big hitters. So we've got the world champion in this race, Ali Wollaston from New Zealand. So I'm sure a lot of the girls will be keeping their eye on her and just making sure, before with their coach, they'll have gone into this with a plan, making sure they execute that plan and focus on those processes so they get the best race out of them.
So your scratch race, as we're rolling through, it's one of the simpler bunch races on the track, 40 laps of the track, so 10 kilometers. The first rider across the line is the winner. How we get to that point can differ, because the scratch race, unlike other races that we'll see in the Omnium this afternoon, if you gain a lap, you're 1 lap ahead. If you do that on your own, that's fine. But if you do it with multiple riders, you've then got to try and keep an eye on them when you come into the sprint.
Yeah, I think as well, in the endurance ride, we'll have some riders who are more sprinty, quite punchy. We'll have others who are less of a sprinter but can go for ages, basically. So you just need to keep an eye on those who they view could be potentially getting a lap, and just making sure they're not letting anyone get too far ahead.
And for a rider like Ali Wollaston, we see her in her rainbow jersey. It's such a massive target on your back, isn't it, to have that rainbow jersey? Because especially when you come into this, everyone's almost just waiting, anticipating for you to make your move.
Yeah, but I guess, you know, she's got that target on her back, but she's achieved that jersey because of how talented she is in this event. So she'll know what to do, she's got experience, and I'm sure she's just going to execute the race how she knows how to do it.
So coming through to the front as well, we have our Belgian rider, Helen Hessers. There's Ali Wollaston, resplendent in a rainbow jersey, rainbow helmet. And that's the beauty of being a world champion, isn't it? You've got to celebrate the rainbows, haven't you? Every single thing you can, you've got a rainbow up.
Yeah, and it's nice for, you know, it's nice all the hard work she's put in, that she can wear those rainbows and wear them with pride.
So Ali Wollaston just swings off the front. She, of course, won that title last year. What a year she had. So taking the World Championship in the Omnium and the elimination, taking a bronze in the Olympic Games in the Omnium, silver in the team pursuit as well. She's had a phenomenal start to the season, races with the AG Insurance Sudal team. One rider that I'm interested to see how she goes in this is Yareli Acevedo Mendoza from Mexico, because in the elimination race the other night took that one, and a lot of the sort of American and Caribbean riders, they're all building up for the Pan Ams as well, and of course we've got the World Championships over in Chile later in the year.
Yeah, because we'll have had European champs earlier this year, so we kind of know how the athletes from Europe have been doing. So this is a good opportunity before Pan Ams to see how those other riders are going, how their trainings, you know, been going, how they're coming into this, if they're on form or kind of riding through it. And yeah, it's a good opportunity for them to get some racing under their legs before Pan Ams.
25 laps to go. If we look back to that World Championship last year, it was Ali Wollaston from Jess Roberts, Anita Stenberg. Yareli Acevedo was 6th in the World Championship Omnium last year. Tsutsaki Ochino, who's in here for Japan, she was 7th. And Petra Sevchikova was 10th. She's in there in the Czech colours. That Olympic Games when we were in Paris last summer. Jennifer Valente taking it from Daria Pikuluk and Ali Wollaston. Anita Stenberg, who's in this bunch, in 8th. And Anita Stenberg, the Norwegian rider, such an experienced Omnium rider.
Yeah, you know, that'll be another one for the other girls to keep an eye on, making sure they're not letting her get too far away. Again, you don't want people like this to be gaining laps. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of eyes on her as well.
So the Omnium, the way it's scored, 40 points for the win, and the points progressively go down through the field. That is for the first 3 events. When we finish with our points race, so we go from here to the tempo race, then to the elimination, and we finish off racing here in Konya this afternoon with the points race. And you get to that point, and all of your points that you score in the points race are then added to your Omnium total, and it becomes absolute chaos and mayhem. The men's points last night, it just looked absolutely savage from start to finish. Yeah,
I think a lot of times as well it's quick from the start. Sometimes as well, you can't even tell how quick it is when you're watching it on TV, but they're going absolutely rapid from the start. So it's important that you're coming to this points race already having good points lined up from the previous races, so you're not having to play catch up basically.
So Aurora Pernalay just swings off the front. We are inside 20 laps to go. No big attacks so far, so you can see that riders pretty mindful of what's to come here this afternoon. Anita climber of Italy, just has a turn on the front, so you can see just little short turns that everyone is putting in here. Interested as well, just we've got to keep an eye on the Japanese rider as well. They've come into this championships as well off the back of the Asian championships as well. We've had the Euros, they just had the Asia Continental Championships, but from the endurance all the way through the sprinters, Japan have just come into this Nations Cup really, really strong.
Yeah, they're a very talented cycling nation, and you can see that, as you said, from in the sprint and endurance, they've both got great riders. Yeah, they're probably one to keep your eye on in this race for sure.
So just one lap with a little turn here on the front, swing off. Anita Stenberg, short turn, looks around. 15 laps to go in this scratch race. No one wanting to attack so far. We're getting to that, almost to that sort of sweet spot now, aren't we? Where you get to about 12 laps to go and you think, if I'm going to take a lap, if I want to win this, I've got to go now.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite a calm scratch race so far, but I'm sure we're going to see this pace start to pick up very soon, and some attacks are going to happen.
So the colours of Ireland on the front. Just Erin Grace Crichton just swings off, swings back down the bunch. Anita Baima there of Italy. Acevedo of Mexico just sat second wheel, so everyone just trying to line up here. Nafosat Kozieva just takes up on the front. And at this point as well, 13 laps to go as a bunch rider as well. You're kind of sometimes just looking to try and slot in as far up the bunch as you can at this point in the race. You don't want to go all the way to the back.
No, yeah, if you're all the way at the back, obviously it's a very long way to get to the front, so you're going to have a very good kick to get through, especially as the riders are getting quicker each lap. You don't want to be stuck out at the back, and it's a very long way to the front. So
12 laps to go. As we've said, no big attacks so far. And these are the scratch races as well. Sometimes the races that they kind of push you as sprinters into sometimes, don't they, to try to just have a little go and see how you're doing.
Yeah, I've been lucky so far that I've avoided these situations, but we went to a race in London, and one of my teammates, Iona, she got roped into doing the Madison, so yeah, luckily I've avoided that so far. I don't know how I'd go, but it's, yeah, not got the endurance these girls have, that's for sure.
So 10 laps to go, the Omnium. If you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome aboard. It is the third and final day here of UCI Track Nations Cup in Konya in Turkey. Martin McDonald with you, and with me alongside is Lauren Bell from the Great Britain national team. It's so many British titles. She has won in her career, medals as well, Europeans, and the top flight sprinter has been in action here and in the racing. And Lauren and Marie Kwame of France will be joining us throughout the afternoon here just to entertain you. 8 laps to go. Kind of feeling at the moment, everyone, there is that moment here you feel that they're waiting for Ali Wollaston almost to build up. And Ali's had such a great start to the season. She's a Cadell Evans road race. She won the Surf Coast Classic. She won in Almeria. So the sprint of Ali Wollaston this year is already, she's already on big form. Yeah,
that's her on the front now. It's a slight kind of calm before the storm, I guess. We've only got 7 laps left, so I think an attack's probably going to happen quite soon.
And also in this, you're alone. You're one rider per nation, so there's no team or anything like that. You're completely focused on your own ride.
Yeah, it's the chance for everyone just to get everything out, show what they can do as an individual, I guess.
So with Chino on the front, Maeve Plouffe from Australia just swings up, just Helen Klinger from Denmark, watch out for her. So Lisa Van Bell from the Netherlands, another rider that we know comes into this on good form. 5 laps to go. This time Balasaita just on the inside there, just swings up, makes their way through. Aurora Pernalate just finds a movement, but Ali Wollaston now comes through on the inside. Our Swiss rider taking it high on the track. Lorena Liu, 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre to go. Lorena Liu taking some height. Ali Wollaston just fighting for that inside position on the track, just fighting to try and hold that. You're just trying to hold everyone away. And what Wollaston's just got to be careful of here is just not to get boxed in.
Yeah, because we can see now all the riders are bunched up. It's getting very quick. Everyone's kind of fighting to get that black line. It's the shortest way around the track. You don't want to be pushing your own air so high up and going further than everyone else. We're
going to come round this time, 2 laps to go. It's Liu, Plouffe, Hesters, just trying to come through. Ali Wollaston kind of pinned on the inside. Anita Stenberg starts to make a move around the outside in the red of Norway. Stenberg comes through to the front. It's going to be the bell this time. Stenberg kicks through towards the front. Big move here. Liu Xiali as well from China. Asian champ comes through as well, coming around the outside is Chino from Japan, but it's Stenberg on the inside of Chino though, coming over the top for Japan. We said we needed to watch out for her. She comes through to take that one. Anita Stenberg and Lisa van Bel from the Netherlands. Absolute perfect timing there, Lauren.
Yeah, did exactly what they needed to do. You know, weren't at the front, kind of dragging everyone else along, timed it to perfection, came over, found the black, and yeah, great ride for her then.
Nice move. So as well, 40 points, as we said, in the Omnium as the evening goes on, you want to have a strong scratch race. Anita Stenberg, she's one of our favourites, Chino from Japan. And that's the thing, coming from different continents and different championships, you must come in sometimes thinking, okay, they're going to be my main rivals, and then your Japanese riders and your South American riders and your American riders and your Canadians pop up.
Yeah, it's kind of all the girls kind of know each other, they know who their kind of main competition is, but I think the most important thing is they've got to focus on their own ride. Sometimes if you're too focused on the other riders, the other competitors, you can actually not execute the best ride for yourself. So it's about, in each, you know, got scratch, all of the other elimination points, they need to just make sure they're doing what they need to do to get the best points for themselves.
There's confirmation of Siaka Uchino takes it from Anita Stenberg and Lisa van Bel, Giali, Sevchikova, Bachikova, Baugan and Baimer, Lee Shuing and Campos, your top 10. Hestes, Balasaiti and Goela. Wollaston down in 14th place, gets 14 points. Plouffe, Acevedo, Crichton, Lou Kosieva, Vankiewicz in 20th, and then 1 point apiece for Pernille, Ingram, Barraclough and Klinger to start of the Omnium. And if we just look back, we'd get you to analyse the sprint, but Anita Stenberg, beautifully timed move over the top here.
Yeah, using the height of the track to kind of have a bit of a drive down, help her find the black line. You know, some of the other riders got slightly boxed in, and yeah, as you can see here, great, the Japanese rider coming over and taking them in there.
Beautifully done. Right, we're going to switch. We're going to let Lauren have a break. We'll bring in Mari Kwame. We're going to move on in our competition to the men's sprint. And we'll just get Mari set up with her mic. Mari Kwame from France.
Yes.
Oh, world champion in the house. Welcome aboard. We're gonna you join us, take you through some sprints. We're gonna kick off with a match here. Matthew Richardson against one of your teammates, Ryan Halal. We know what Matt Richardson's doing in these sprints. How is Ryan going to approach this?
Yes, Ryan is in good shape. He came here with a big block of training. So yes, it's gonna be a good fight. I think Richardson showed us that he's really in shape. He did the world record for the 200 flying. So yes, it's gonna be a hard one.
And how, as you said, we've got this. It's such a fast track here. How have you found it? Because it's the first time we've been here for competition.
Yes, for real, it was really crazy to speed, like we don't feel the legs. It's a really fast track, and yes, the time shows that it was really fast.
And is it, you know, when you come to a track for the first time, because everything's changing so quickly in track cycling, the gears that you're using are getting much bigger. Do you, when you come to a track like this, do you have to adapt how you're riding and how you're approaching it for every track? Because no two tracks really are the same, are they?
Yes, of course. Fun fact that this track is pretty the same from Saint-Quentin. So our analysts take all the measure in the velodrome, and there is like 13 meter or 30 centimeter different from Saint-Quentin. So for us it was pretty the same, and only the corner is different. We see it's make like a wave even, and we have the same in l'INSEP in Paris. So the repair was pretty the same, and I used the same gear from Saint-Quentin, so I think that
So for anyone that's interested, when we talk, because we're all tech geeks, really. We all love tech, and in the sprinters, how big are the gears that the guys are using and you as the women are using?
I think it depends of every quality of the sprinter. Some sprinters love to use like small gear. When we see Lea Sophie Frigid riding, she really fast with the leg, and other girl like me or Mathilde, we use some big gear. So I think it depends of all the quality of the rider, and we adapt from how we feel.
Rolling away, it is the men's sprint semi-final. It is the best of 3. Great Britain's Matthew Richardson against France's Ryan Halal. So if you're new to track cycling, one of the fastest events on the track, starts as one of the slowest. So the time is taken on the 200-meter line, which we see just the riders have just gone past, the white line that comes down the track. The red line is your sprinter's line. So when you go through 200 meters, the rider on the front, inside that sprinter's line, it means you have to come the long way round. But it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? You're trying to outwit your opponent.
Yeah, it's a big game. We have to choose the best way to start the sprint, and yes, it's a good time of observation of 2 riders. For us, it's a good feeling. We play a lot.
Ryan Halal just hanging high here.
Yeah.
He will have approached this and talked through this with the coach tactically, and he's just dived up the inside here, trying to put a little bit distance between him and Matthew Richardson.
I think Matthew is a bit faster, so Ryan wants to be the first in the sprint line.
And they have it through 200 meters. Ryan Halal has the front. Richardson down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder,
really fast.
neck and neck, power to power. Richardson comes over the top. He takes that, but a really tactical battle there. Ryan Halal did everything that he could there.
Yeah. Ryan put all he gets in his leg, and I think tactically it was the good tactics. So just Matthew is a bit faster today.
And when you come into that, because they know each other, when you compete all the time, don't you, against all the riders from different countries, is it something as well, you watch videos or you analyse it, because you have analysts, don't you, as you mentioned, that talk it through on how you're going to approach it before you even get on the track?
Yes, of course. We have analysts, we always watch the race every time, and we can do statistics like Richardson is better when he have the lead, or he win a lot of race when he have the lead or the second place. So yes, we do a fish for every rider, and we try to find the good tactic to beat him.
Next up on the track, so rolling out, we have a match between Australia and another British rider. It's called British match sprint champion in Harry Ledingham-Horn, and he is up against Lee Hoffman from Australia. So Hoffman, part of that Olympic team sprint team that took bronze last year, took a silver in the team sprint in the World Championship. And it's as a sprinter as well, you tend to drop into different disciplines. You know, we got to know you straight away when you won the world 500 meter title. Do you work daily on your team sprint and your individual sprinting as well?
I think we are more like we work on being strong, long time, be explosive. We don't do specially thing for sprint. We do sprint, but not we don't do much the vitesse in training. But yes, we train with a motorcycle. We train each other to chase another one. And, yeah.
So this is something when you're as a match sprinter like this is something that you only really do in competition.
Yeah.
And in terms of the sprinters, how much time are you, because we know you do a lot of gym work as well, how much time are you splitting between the bike and the gym each week?
I think that it's 70% at the gym and 30% on the bike.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of gym time.
Yes.
So on the front, the Aussie, and you can see the handlebars of the Aussies, the bikes, the design, just rolling in as well. And at this point, we're kind of sort of dropping into those track stands as well.
Yes, I think that the Aussie want to the British to go for the front, and yes, you want to try it to be really close from here.
Little shimmy, a little feint, a little flick here and there as well. You can see it's very, very physical, isn't it, being a sprinter? But you've also got that skill of being able to accelerate forward while looking back over your shoulder.
It's a game, like we train to do that in training. We have to accelerate and look back.
Into the back straight now, Hoffman. Here comes Harry Ledingham-Horn. This is a close match between these two. Hoffman on the inside, Ledingham-Horn over the top, comes through to take
I think the British got it.
Yeah, they've gone to a photo finish, but Harry Ledingham-Horn takes that one. So first rides go to both the Brits here in the semi-finals. And as a sprinter, we best of three. You always want to get the job done in two.
Yes, of course. The decision match is really, really hard for the legs, and after they have to fight for another. So yes, we want to win the two, and after it's finished.
Is that also mentally, psychologically, is that good for you? You know you've gone through, you've saved your legs, you've saved the power.
Yeah.
And there you have it, there's the photo finish.
Yes, it was really close.
And I talk a lot in commentary, I probably bore everyone, about talking about how you throw your bike at the line, because it's so important learning how to throw the bike to the line.
I think for me it's easier because I start when I was 4, but I think when we start later, it's a practice that you have to do in training. And yes, it's really important, even if for the time trial or everything, you have to learn how to throw the bike.
But also, it's for anyone that's watching that's never ridden a track bike, because you can't stop pedaling. You have to throw the bike while keeping pedaling at 60, 70 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. I don't think that we think to pedaling the bike remind us, because there is no way to go slower without pedaling. If you stop pedaling, you fall. So yes, the bike really remind us to keep pedaling.
We're going to move back on to the women's keirin competition for the first time this afternoon. So we have 2 heats. The first 3 riders in each heat qualify for the final for the gold. All the other riders will progress into the 7 to 12 rider. Our first heat will be between, we have representing Czechia, Veronika Jaborníková. We have one of Mari's teammates, Matilda Groth. We've got Lea Friedrich from Germany, Clara Schneider from Germany, and Miriam Vecce from Italy, and Hetty van der Waal from the Netherlands. So Matilda, pressure on here as well. Matilda, since she won her world title, she's had an awful lot of pressure on her shoulders, isn't she?
Yeah. She's really a target for every rider, and she had yes, I think that mentally even all the riders say that Matilda go fast. So I think in this race they will look about her.
Hetty van der Waal for the Netherlands. Alongside her, Veronika Jaborníková. Then you have your German rider. So here's Jaborníková, or number 69. Going down the line to our German rider. So Clara Schneider, it's Lea Sophie Friedrich, my apologies, number 79. So she has the all-black helmet. Miriam Vecce of Italy, in that familiar blue colours. Black helmet for Clara Schneider. And this, when you're waiting for the journey to go, what's the anticipation, that last few words with your coach? What sort of things are they telling you on the line?
It's your time, you have to go. Just look back and stay focused on the race. You can do it. For now, at this level, you have to ride for win. We know that the 3 first riders go to the final, but we have to ride for win. So they remind to us in the start.
So you draw lots as well in the track centre for your position behind the Derny, and that's kind of where you generally, now we do 3 laps behind the Derny speeds up to 50k an hour and then swings off, but it's generally where you stay. But there's still a lot of process and looking around while you're in the behind the Derny, especially if you're one of the favorites.
Yeah. I think for Mathilde it's not easy to be the first, but she can like look back and have a strategy.
Ideally, what's your favored position, or is there, for sprinters, is there a favored position that you would like? Is it right at the back?
For real, in carrying, I like to be the third rider, because you can see the people before you and see back. So I think the third place is the best one.
So the Derny is about to swing off the track. Mathilde Gros has the front. How does she now approach this from the front? What would you be thinking?
I think she gonna think that nobody pass. I go, if they try to pass me, I let only one rider, and after I fight to keep the wheel.
So 2 laps to go. Lea Friedrich now comes up.
Yes.
Clara Schneider on the inside. Mathilde Gros just trying to hang the front here.
Effort.
So big effort, it's going long here. 1 lap to go now. Mathilde Gros has the front. It's the 2 Germans, Schneider and Friedrich, trying to come over the top into the back straight now. Mathilde Gros holding that front position. The first 3 riders, remember, qualifying the heat for the gold. You caught Bornikova on the inside. Does a great ride for Czechia, but what a ride there from Mathilde Gros.
Yes, she was really, really strong. Really strong.
And that's not easy as well, taking it up right from the front, because the Kieran as well, with the 3 laps, is getting, people are going longer and longer, aren't they?
Yeah, it was really fun. The fight again between the 2 Germans helped her to keep the lead. For Clara Schneider, always it's good. She is really young and show us that she's fast and strong. So yes, it's gonna be a good final.
It is. So Clara Schneider, Mathilde Gros, Veronika Jabornikova does a great ride there for Czechia, edging out Lea Sophie Friedrich, Hetty van der Waal and Miriam Vece. They go into the minor final. That is the ride-off for the 7th to 12th place. And that in itself, even if you don't make it through to the final, there is a lot, you want to make sure that in that minor final that you win that one as well.
Yes. You really want to, when you arrive to this stage, you really want to go fight for the gold, so yeah.
Heat 2, we're going to move on. So we'll take you down the line. So Alina Lysenko of the independent athletes, Lauren Genet from Canada, we have Huan Liying of China, Mina Sato from Japan, Steffi van der Peet from the Netherlands, and Marlene Kavaka from Poland. What was the reaction yesterday to Huan Liying's world record?
Wow,
I mean, that was a big one, wasn't it?
Yes, crazy. First woman going under 10 seconds, so yes, it was really crazy. We know that the track helped, but she's really, really fast, and yes, congratulations to her.
Yeah, new world record. This is Alina Lysenko. Did get a relegation earlier on in the day, so she has an R by her name on our start list. Lauren Genet of Canada is alongside her. We're going to go down through the line. This is our new world record holder in Huan Liying of China. So that first sub-10 second ride. Then we go down to the world champion, Mina Sato of Japan. She took that ahead of Hetty van der Waal and Katie Marchant last year. So the rainbow jersey alongside her is the European champion, Steffi van der Peet of the Netherlands. And then alongside her, Marlene Kavaka of Poland. So much prestige as well. You've had a rainbow jersey in your career. You've got the world keirin champion in here. It must be a special feeling to be able to wake up every day, see that jersey, get out on the track wearing that. Does it give you a little extra swagger,
For me, it's still unbelievable. So yes, it's hard to accept that you have this statue. But yes, to wear this jersey, it's really, really, really good. And I think it's put a bit confidence when you go on track with these colors.
And for the world champion, when you come into events like this, you got the world champion, you got the European champion as well. like Ali Wollaston in the first race, it adds its extra pressure. But we've got, I think, it's a fabulous moment in cycling to have the men's and women's Keirin champions from Japan, where where Keirin began.
Yes, it's really good for them, and yes.
We've got 5 laps to go. Marlene Kavaca there. You've got Steffi van der Peet with Mina Sato. Mina Sato's got your favoured position here.
Yeah.
3rd in line. You can see her now just starting to look around in the middle of that line, just giving herself a bit of room in front, and the Chinese rider Huan Liying just laying off just a touch.
Yes, she if she wants to go in the front, she have only 2 riders to pass. So yes, it's a really good place for me in Keirin.
So Marlene Kavaca has the front here for Poland. Steffi van der Peet. They're watching out for Huan Liying as well, the Chinese rider in the red and yellow. Lena Lysenko, another real emerging star. 2 laps to go. Lysenko probably a little bit further back than Lysenko would want to be at the moment as well, but the run now comes from the world champion. Mina Sato hits the front. So big move through here. Bell lap this time. It's Sato on the front. Huan Liying, Sato, Liying. Then you've got Van der Peet, Lysenko trying to come over the top there. Lysenko trying to find a way through. Van der Peet just gets a little bit of daylight on the inside. But it is the world champion, Mina Sato, that comes through to take that. That was a mighty ride,
yes,
I would say.
Yes. The fight for the 3rd place with Lysenko and Van der Peet was really hard. I think that Van der Peet gonna have more lactic in her legs, so yeah, it was a good fight.
It was indeed. So we'll just wait for our qualifiers. So Mina Sato, Huan Liying, and Alina Lysenko. Lysenko had to come back through the repechage as well, so also had that extra ride in the legs. But it sets us up beautifully now for the rest of the Keirin competition. We'll let Mari go. Thanks for joining us for your first commentary.
Thank you.
You probably think, oh, we'd rather be down there on the track, but thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure everyone at home really appreciates it.
Sorry for my English. I hope that tout le monde m'a compris.
Your English is better than mine. Don't worry about it. We'll let Mari go. We'll get Lauren Bell back in for us. But thank you, Mari. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
There's our final 1-6 Clara side of Mina Sato, Matilda Grove, Huan Liying, Veronika Javonikova, and Alina Lysenko. Our 7th to 12th ride-off will look like this. So, Lea Sophie Friedrich, Steffi van der Peet, Hetty van der Waal, Lauren Jeanette, Miriam Vetcher, and Marlene Kavaca. That's our 7th to 12th ride-off. We are moving back to the men's sprint semi-finals. We're going to take you through race 2 here in the men's sprint semi-finals. Lauren, what did you make of the first 2? We got two Brits.
Yeah.
Potentially, they've got to do it in 2. As we were saying to Mari there, you want to get through in the sprint competitions in 2 rides.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the less rides you do, the fresher you are when it comes to that final. But it's great to see 2 Brits there, Matty and Harry, and they're both racing really well. So yeah, fingers crossed for them for this next ride.
So going back to Matthew Richardson and Ryan Helal. So 1 down for Matthew Richardson. We know Matt Richardson is kind of on such great form. He's sort of head and shoulders above other riders from a speed point of view. Tactically, if you were Ryan Helal, looking at that first heat, how would you be approaching this one? What do you think he has to do?
Yeah, it's quite tricky because I think Matty's also very good tactically, so it's quite difficult. I guess he's just got to find that gap and try catch Matty sleeping a little bit, I guess. It's going to be, he did break the world record earlier in the qualifying, so it's going to be a hard bet for Ryan, but, I'm sure he'll give it his best bet.
For you, what is the difference of this track with the World Tour Flying 200 records that have fallen?
Well, it's obviously 1,000 meters, so it's at altitude. It's very hot in here. That all helps. The track's wider, and it's just the great shape for sprinters, really, for the flying. And you'll be able to see everyone basically PB'd and did very well. So it's a very quick track. So it's exciting to ride here.
Because when you look at it, it is quite a different shape. isn't it? We're quite used to sort of real, you know, smooth turns. It's almost a sort of rounded rectangle if you look at the track from the long shot.
Yeah, and it's very, as you come down the bank-ins, it's very steep. You can feel it in your flying 200 as you're out the saddle. It's like you're going down a hill, basically. So there's a lot to find from the bank-ins, and that's one of the things the boys here when they're racing, they don't want to get caught out snoozing going up the hill, because you do have to make sure you're keeping pressure on your pedals so you don't, you know, lose too much speed there.
Yeah, and has it meant that you have to gear up in a way? Has that changed things as well?
Not necessarily. I think everyone's kind of, you know, we had a pre-race day here, so you kind of worked out what gears were best for you, but I think most people are kind of staying similar to what they'd usually ride.
Because the changes, if we look at both the chainrings of Ryan Halal and Matt Richardson's here, they're huge, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're both riding pretty chunky gears. It's obviously what works for them. They're both very strong boys, so they're able to push these gears. And you know, you want to make sure that as you're coming into the home straight to finish, that you're not too spinning on top of your gear. You need to still be able to push on it.
We have got a very slow heat here at the moment, haven't we? I mean, Ryan Halal is not in a hurry to get this done here.
No, yeah, very slow pace so far, but I'm sure it'll start to pick up. You know, he's obviously wanting to keep it nice and steady, and it's working so far. Matty's happy to stay at the back there, but I'm sure it'll start to pick up soon, especially by that lap and a half. It's kind of where a lot of the race winning moves happen, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
And just to explain your track, if you're new to the track, so the light blue band at the bottom is the Côte d'Azur.
Yeah.
It's not typically part of the racing part of the track unless you're a sprinter.
Yeah. Ideally, you kind of avoid it, but you know, sometimes you're allowed to a wee flick in and out. But yeah, you can't be riding on the Côte the whole way around. You have to kind of stick to that black, and the black line is the quickest line. But yeah, got to stick between, if you're starting the sprint, stick between the black and the red line. That's called the sprinter's lane, so you can't be flicking out of there either. So, yeah, you can see Matty's starting to pick this up now.
So Matt Richardson is up in the pace. Ryan Halal, he's got a level proceedings. And the door opens. Oh, he came down there. Richardson came up the inside. Ryan Halal committed to coming down there, and save of the day from Matty Richardson there.
Yeah, good bike skills there. I think just a wee touch of wheels there. I think Matty obviously dived under, and then Ryan tried to protect the inside as well. Well, I guess we'll have to watch
just
this
have
back.
a replay. I mean, look at that. I mean, and as we say as well, the Côte d'Azur, sometimes when you come down onto the Côte d'Azur like that, because of the angle that it is, it can slide you back in towards the track, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously there Matty kind of had the lane, so we'll have to see what they say about that. But yeah, it's lucky no one fell. It's all good. Can restart the race now.
We can breathe a little sigh of relief.
Yeah.
We always have kind of heart in mouth moments, you know. Anyway, because as a trackie, you do come off at times, but as a track rider, I mean, most of us have got no skin left on certain sides of the body, because when you do come down, you just burn, don't you?
So obviously the skin suits aren't not the thickest of material, so you've not got much to protect you from the track. But yeah, luckily both stayed up. That's the important thing, and we'll go for the next round now and see which one of them comes out victorious.
So the gun's fired, and we'll come back round to reset in this one. The commissaires are down there. They're always analysing, chatting on the inside.
Discussing it.
Yeah, so they are our referees. We're going to come back round and reset here.
So yeah, I think Matty's rolling up. I think he's ready to go already.
So Ryan Halal just drops into the bottom and says, right, we're going. And Jason Kenny, part of the British sprint coaching team as well. Must be nice. We're allowed to give him the title of a bit of a legend, aren't we?
Sir Jason down there. Yeah, it's great. Obviously, he's got, 9 Olympic medals, I think it is. So he's got a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and yeah, he's a good person to have on your side.
It must be as well, just from that advice point of view, having been there, absorbed so much pressure throughout his career as well, because sometimes it's not just the tactics, is it, that they can help you with, and that sort of technical side. It's that mental side as well, having had so much pressure on their shoulders throughout their careers.
Yeah, and Jason's such a chill guy. He just seems he's very good with, I guess, nerves, and from the outside that's how it seems. I think that chilled vibe helps the athletes around him, you know, not get too worked up and just relax, focus on the race, not let the pressure get to you.
How do you approach this now? Because even if you're as experienced as Matt Richardson, that Ryan Halal coming down will spike that adrenaline. For Ryan, you know, as it'll do the same for him as well. How do you reset as well to go again?
Yeah, Steffel gets a bit of the mental game. Both of these boys are very experienced, you know, both been at the games, so you know they're good at racing, they know what they're doing, and sometimes a wee spike of adrenaline isn't a bad thing, especially they've gone straight back up, so but they'll be feeling it in their legs because the sprint definitely was going there, so it'll just be who wants it more now.
And Ryan Halal has gone for the same tactic. We're going super slow in this one.
Yeah, he must think obviously this is the best way, what he thinks, to get that one up on Matty, so he's trying it again.
And for sprinters, when we look at this angle as well, for sprinting, handlebars and everything have gone really, really narrow, haven't they, in the last few years? That's been one real development.
Yeah, everyone's pretty mad on being aero now, which makes sense because it's quicker if you're like cutting through the air, so a lot of narrow handlebars, and as long as they're wide enough that you can, you know, be throwing the bike around when you're out the saddle, it's obviously beneficial for a lot of people. They find it works for them.
And also front wheels, we go 3-spoke, 4-spoke, 5-spoke as well. Is there a favourite? Have you got a favourite kind of combo that you like to go with?
I don't think you can really tell a huge amount. Obviously, it's not a front disc for this racing because they're a bit more flicky, so you need to have a bit more control of the bike. You know, as we saw there, if you're touching, sometimes if you have a double disc on, it's harder to control the bike, I guess. So that's why they're on 3-spoke, 4-spokes now.
Because we started the day with the flying 200, as we said, we've got that new world record as well. How do you? Because I always call it a necessary evil in sprinting, because you have to get through that flying 200, don't you, to get into the seeded match sprint competition.
Yeah, and obviously the quicker you go in the flying 200, easier it'll be. Technically easier as you go into the racing because you'll be racing slower people, so it is very important, that flying 200.
I just had in my ears as well that apparently the world record has been cancelled from this morning. I didn't know that. We'll look for that. We'll get confirmation of that. I think it was something to do with riding on the blue band, but we'll double check that. But now we get into the rough and tumble of this one. Ryan Halal and Matthew Richardson. Richardson getting some height here, just using the transitions of the banking into the back straight now. Ryan Halal as the front, but look at the speed now of Richardson, who's up to the hip. Can he come through over the top now? He can. He goes through in 2 straight rides. You could see the acceleration down the back straight there, really evident of Richardson.
Yeah, he's a very powerful rider. You can see it there in the 9.8 200, very quick as well. So it's a great ride from Matty, and he can now rest up, not have to go to that decider ride and get ready for the final.
So best of 3 goes in 2 rides for Matthew Richardson, and that's how you want to get it done. So where do you go now between this and the final in terms of keeping the legs moving and that kind of thing?
Yeah, we'll see him. Both riders will cool down on, you know, either the rollers or their turbo. It's not actually been very long breaks. This competition has been quite hot on it, so they'll just be going and spinning their legs, trying to get that lactate out and getting ready for the final, and also making sure they're watching this race. Whoever wins this, if Harry wins this, he'll be racing Matty, so making sure that he's looking at how the tactics of each rider.
So moving back to Heat 2, so we have Lee Hoffman and Harry Ledingham-Horn. So the Aussie against the Brit. It's a fairly big rivalry in the world of cycling, isn't it? The British-Australian competition.
Yeah, I think obviously both countries have very good cyclists, so a bit of a rivalry there, and yeah, Lee will be looking to bring this back to take it to a decider.
So Harry Ledingham-Horn coming into the Aussies have had a big winter as well, but you've just had the British Championships as well. How much should that help Harry? Because he had a really good nationals as well.
I think it's the experience. He also raced the European Championship, so he's got his racing brain is on, you know, he's got racing in his legs, so he knows what to do coming into this race. But I'm sure Lee won't make it. You know, it's not going to be an easy ride, so we'll have to keep an eye on it.
Harry Ledinghorn, just looking back now, Lee Hoffman. It looked fairly close in that first one. This is, unlike the first heat, this is really tight, this one.
Yeah, they're both very powerful riders. You know, Lee used to be, well, he was the P1 for Australia. He's now in P2, so he's got good acceleration and good length. But it's a lot quicker than the first ride. You know, they're already going quick now, coming into the bell lap.
We're going to get the bell this time. Harry Ledinghorn on the front. Hoffman already tucked down, trying to get in as aero as possible in that slipstream. Ledinghorn out of the saddle in the back straight, and Hoffman just trying to rely now on the slingshot out of the banking, up to the line. Ooh, throw to the line, but it did look like from our angle that Harry Ledinghorn, I think he managed to take that one.
There he goes into the gold final now against Matty, and Lee will be seeing Ryan Halal for the bronze medal.
So it'll be, between Lee Hoffman and Ryan Halal for the rider for the bronze. So an all-British final there.
Great to see. Yeah, I think especially Harry's come, and his progression's been great. He's, you know, coming to these international races, and he is showing that he's got lots of tactics and he's got good power, and he deserves to be here. So it's great to see.
And there you have it. There's the photo finish. So a good throw to the line. Hoffman, very much, you could see he was in the slipstream quite a lot. Look, he was just trying to get what we might call that slingshot out of the final turn.
Yeah, from watching the racing, there has been a lot of people, as they're coming out of the bend, it has been pinging them quite far forward, and it's been a lot of close finishes on the line. But luckily, luckily for a Brit as well, Harry was able to hold him off.
So it's an all-British final. Matthew Richardson will face Harry Ledinghorn. They will have Australia versus France as the rider for the bronze. We're going to move back to our Omnium competition, and we are going to move to the tempo race, 10 kilometers. We have 40 laps of the track, 36 sprints, so we have some free laps at the beginning. Then we will get into our sprint laps, which are worth 1 point. The difference in the tempo race, unlike when it started, that they will just give you your standings before we go into the race. So 40 points from Suyako Uchino, Yvonne Stenberg second with 38, Lisa Van Bell, Liao Yali, Petra Sevikova, Alberta Bachikova up there. So 40 points for the win. With the tempo race, if you do gain the lap, you also get 20 points. It used to be in the tempo race, it was 1 point per sprint. If you went off the front and you almost lapped the field, you just sat there and picked up the points. But now you get 20 points if you lap the field in the tempo race.
Yeah, I think especially this race is, especially from a sprinter looking in, I think there must be a lot of tactics for this. You know, you can't just, you have to pace yourself. You can't be going for the sprints every single time. You have to tactically think, how are you going to get the most points, but also, you know, making sure you're saving energy.
There's Suyako Uchino. So Uchino of Japan leading in this one. And for the Omnium riders as well, it's not really a question of warming up and cooling down in between, I imagine. Is it just keeping warm, keeping moving?
Yeah, because there's not actually that much break, as we've seen. The scratch wasn't really that long ago. So it's just making sure you're keeping your legs warm, keeping them turning over. When you come off, getting that lactate out your legs as quick as you can, and especially making sure you keep eating. And it's hot in here as well, so they've got to make sure and stay hydrated. So it's a lot to think about even before the racing started.
So all the hydration in the track centre. Every team has a little pen. Yeah. Do your soigneurs and everyone just set out your snacks and your drinks and everything for you throughout the day? Yeah,
very lucky. We get looked after very well here. So you know, there's a lot of as well ice vests for people. So as you come off, it's nice. You can just focus on getting on your turbo, cooling down, and you know, you'll get your water handed to you and your ice vests and stuff. So it's very helpful.
Does that make, for anyone that looks in on those, does it make a huge difference? Can you really feel the difference?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And it's just you can fully focus on what you need to do here, which is racing. And even just little things like having mechanics here to help you change your gears, you know, that's an extra 5-10 minutes you've got to cool down to refocus on your racing, to talk to your coach, get some tactics rather than changing your gear. So very helpful.
So your track bike, as the gun fires, we are often racing, so if you need to track cycling as well, so you've got a fixed gear, so one big chain at the front, one sprocket at the back, which is a fixed gear, no brakes. Of course, on a track bike, all full carbon bikes, carbon disc wheel on the back, and usually that multi-spoke wheel on the front, carbon front wheel. 40 laps to go, so we'll get into our first sprint. And we'll start for riders like Ali Wollaston. So Ali Wollaston, you'd say 14th in that scratch. She needs to fight back in this one.
Yeah, she'll definitely be wanting to have a good performance here, get a couple more points to get up those standings, so that as she goes into the other races like the elimination, she's higher up. But I know she's very good at the elimination as well, so it's probably a strength of hers.
And also because we build into that points race, and the main thing is being consistent, isn't it?
Yeah, especially, you know, you can be winning this so far, but then if you go into the elimination and you're out first round, it puts you in quite a tricky position. So it's just about consistent rides, making sure you're doing enough to gain those points.
So we're starting to get the start of a move now. You're watching over the top of the bunch as Pernalé of France coming through into our first sprint. So Beth Ingram of the USA sat second wheel. Ingram down the back straight, looking like she's trying to come over the top here. Ingram took a team pursuit in the Pan Am Championships last year, but Beth Ingram comes through for the USA, takes that first one, and she's going to persist with this one, and it's a good move, isn't it? You can see the bunch, everyone just little short turns we could see on the bunch behind are swinging off. Yeah,
it's looking like she's obviously going to go for a lap here. She took the point there and everyone kind of relaxed a little bit, and she kept going, so she caught them sleeping a little bit.
And that's it, you get to this point and you get that sort of quarter lap, and this is where you look across the track, start to make that decision as to whether you're going to go for your lap.
Yeah, I mean, she's done well so far. I think she might try, I don't know if she's keep going maybe, but we'll see if the bunch reacts.
So every lap is 1 point. So at the moment, the American rider, Beth Ingram, just off the front of the bunch, means that she's just picking up a point. Our DJ in the track centre, Max Nicolai, he likes to use all the sound effects from video games. So every time you get a point scored, you'll hear it. You'll hear it go.
Yeah, I think it's good tactic here she's doing. She's not necessarily trying to get a lap, but she's just picking up all these points.
Takes a glance back over the shoulder. Of course, the USA winning the Omnium at the Olympic Games with Jennifer Valente. Ali Wollaston now starting to make a move off the front of the bunch. We've got the rainbow jersey, and just latched onto her with razor-sharp focus is Maeve Plouffe of Australia. So we up there as well, Olga Wankiewicz of Poland, the European under-23 champion.
So Ali's definitely brought up the pace here. She's put a big kick on. It was a bit steady before, but yeah, she's properly going for it now.
So sprint 7 of 36. The standings are on our screen on the left. So Beth Ingram of the USA with 5 points. You've got Ali Wollaston with 2. Maeve Plouffe is going to come through this time for Australia, take 1 point. Helena Hesters of Belgium just sat second wheel here. Here comes Acevedo now over the top for Mexico, starting to make a move. Here's Yoreli Acevedo Mendoza. She gets a point, gets a score on the board there for the rider from Mexico. We've got a bit of a split just happening in the bunch, and Acevedo is going to persist with this one. The bunch all swing around and look at each other. So the winner of the elimination here in Konya just making a move.
Yeah, it's a good move too. She seems, she's properly going for it as well. The bunch isn't really reacting too much, so we'll see if they try to close that. But so far she's at the front and she'll be collecting all the points.
The change in the handlebars in the bunch racing has also made a huge difference, hasn't it? You've got the sort of little sort of almost like a brake lever on the top of them now. Yeah,
it's all about now. She's out there by herself, so she's going to have to try to get Ado to make it easy for herself to, I guess, gain that lap. But it's a very So I don't know if I'll be very good at holding it like that, but they're very talented, the riders, at holding that position as they go along.
The pressure right out of the bunch. She's got the length of the straight. She's almost half a lap up now. Is Yareli Acevedo of Mexico coming into these championships, 23 years old. She's a multi-Pan Am champion. She's been the Pan Am road race champion for the under-23s. Kosyeva of Uzbekistan is the rider that's giving chase in the background as well. We're seeing our colours of Canada with Ngare Baraklov just also making the move. So 3 riders off the front. Nafosat Kosyeva just looks back for Uzbekistan, but Mendoza, she's picking up the points. She's put herself to the top of the leaderboard now. But as she gets into this point, when you get in the same straight as the bunch, you start to feel that sort of aerodynamic pull from the size of the bunch.
Yeah, and she's close now. She's almost kind of close to being on the same straight as him as she comes round, so it'll help her once she gets him. And I think also mentally, I guess, if she can see the bunch, that'll help spur her on as well.
Lou of Switzerland deciding, and it might be time to try and make a move. So we've got Mendoza and Baraklov. So if Mendoza gets on, the head of the race will switch to the Canadian rider who's currently in second wheel. She's out there, she's using a lot of energy, but she's not scoring any points at the moment, the Canadian.
Yeah, I think she's obviously trying to catch up, and it will help as well. 2 riders there, they'll be able to take turns on the front, but yeah, she's a bit of no man's land. But I think even if she then gains and gets the lap as well, that'll help her.
18 and 36 is Yareli Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico that's leading from Beth Ingram of the USA. Ali Wollaston in third with 2 points. Maeve Plouffe with 1. No one else in the race so far managing to score any points. If you are just joining us, this is race 2 of 4 in the Women's Omnium. And it is the tempo race, 40 laps, 10 kilometers. And in the Omnium, 40 points for the win. And Anita Stenberg is giving chase for Norway, 16 laps to go. So Stenberg has a glance back over the shoulder. Van Bell is right there. Liu Jiali of China. So you've got to get some points in the board. Valeria Valkonen comes through. Takes the 1 point for Valkonen. If no one scores any points, then it's all down. So riders that don't score any points, it's down to that final sprint as well in terms of the points towards the Omnium overall.
Yeah, definitely, and that will suit some riders, the kind of punchier ones, but others will definitely want to make sure they're scoring a couple more points before that it comes to that.
Breakaway group, Anita Stenberg, Ali Wollaston is clear with Siaka Uchino. You've also got Yareli Acevedo, Helena Hesters, Valeria Valkonen, Lisa Van Bell, and Liu Jiali of China. That is our head of the race, and that is the leading group that we have. As Lou of Switzerland also tries to get off the front now. So points are scored. Ali Wollaston deciding it's time to go, but locked onto the wheel is the experienced Norwegian in Anita Stenberg. So with 11 laps to go, they're starting to just pull this one back. Looks like they want to take the lap here. Acevedo still at the top with 12 points. Ali Wollaston and Beth Ingram are level on 5. Beth Ingram not in the group. But again, for the American, it shows that early move as we're about to get the lap gained by Wollaston, Stenberg, Hesters, Valkonen and Van Bell. They get on to the back. That means they'll get the 20 points as Uchino and Acevedo are also about to make contact. But Jiali of China set up a little bit there. 9 laps to go. We'll get the points updated as it is Olga Vankiewicz that is now on the front. Just gets out-sprinted there by Klinger. Vankiewicz goes after the next sprint. So the European under-23 Omnium champion. And there is Lauren as well. There's a big jump from the under-20, taking those under-23 titles as Klinger comes through and steals it again. But there's a big jump, isn't it, between the U23 races and the elite champs like these.
Yeah, I think it's obviously everyone here is so experienced. There's a lot of big hitters, so coming from under 23s, sometimes it can be a little bit of a shock. But I think all the riders here are doing a great job. Helena from Belgium, especially, she's come onto the scene, and you've noticed that she's done very well, and she's always kind of there. You keep hearing her name, so that's an example of someone who's really stood up, caught up.
Vankiewicz and Klinger are off the front, so the Polish rider getting some points on the board. So at the top of the standings is Jareli Acevedo with 33, Ali Wollaston with 26, Valeria Valganen with 21, Lisa Van Bell with 21, Helena Hesters with 20, Uchino with 20, Stenberg, then we've got Ingram on 5, then Helen Kjolling-Klinger with 4 points. And then you've got Maeve Plouffe and Onka Vankiewicz has 1. And we've got quite a battle between the Dane and the Polish rider here for the next 1 point. Because these as well, you would think they may just sort of share them out, but there's also that standings points as well at the end of this one.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're fighting for each point, as we can see is these 2 leaders right here. But at the end of the day, 1 point could make the difference between the podium, could make the difference between the gold and the silver, so it's important you're fighting for each point.
2 laps to go. We have 2 leaders, Olga Vankiewicz and Ellen Kjolling-Klinger. And Vankiewicz just starting to edge clear now of the Dane. So we get 1 lap to go this time. 1 lap to go, and it is our Polish rider, Olga Vankiewicz, with Helen Kjolling-Klinger just coming through. Big sprint though from Eva Anguela of Spain, Anita Stenberg, Helena Hesters on the front of the bunch, but Olga Vankiewicz is going to come down, take the final point, and with that one, she will stay there in 10th position, so 4 points for Vankiewicz. It's a complicated one to keep. It must be a complicated one as a rider to try and sort of work out in your head.
Yeah, I'm honest, I don't even know how they do it. I've asked them a couple of times, especially in, you know, races like the points race. There's so much going on, there's riders all over the track, and it's impressive actually how they keep on top of it and how they know. But I think sometimes you'll be able to look up at the board and see it, but yeah, they're not just cycling, they're also using their brain thinking, so very smart as well.
You also released as well we had Amelie Deirdrickson with us yesterday evening. He said you also, in a lot of races, are relying on your coaches on the inside to relay information.
Yeah, I think it was easier. Coaches used to be able to come closer to the track, but now they're not allowed to be like directly on track side. So I guess you're wanting to shout up to you, but yeah, it's actually quite an impressive skill that they're able to do it.
I was rubbish at maths, so even in a point, I had to. I was always looking up at the scoreboard because I could never quite work out what was going on. I couldn't do the maths quick enough.
No, I always, especially like in Madison, I think, because you're just flinging your partner in, and then it's very impressive, definitely.
So there's our results. So Lisa Van Bell at the top. They have the standings ahead of Anita Stenberg, with Uchino up there in the 3rd position. So it really is hotting up in our Omnium competition. So Barraclough there in 24th. Erin Grace Crichton with 9 points in 21st for Ireland. So we have no semi-final decider. That was the next race on our program. We will move on in the racing to the men's Madison final, and then we will have the men's sprint finals race 1. We'll switch back to the Omnium with the elimination race. We'll have race 2 of the men's sprint, then the women's keirin finals. We'll have some victory ceremonies, and then we will finish off. If we need a decider of the men's sprint, we'll bring you that. But the final race of these championships, of this Track Nations Cup, will be the women's points race for the Omnium. This is a real battle between these two for those points.
Yeah, definitely both trying as hard as they can. See, we've got very important to get as many points as you can, especially in these earlier rounds. Put yourself in the best position for the points race.
We're going to move to the men's Madison final. We had qualifications earlier on. We've got 200 laps, 50 kilometers, 20 sprints, And on our sprints, so every 10 laps, so 5, 3, 2, and 1 points. You get 20 points for lapping the field. You lose 20 points if you if you lose a lap. The Madison, if you've not seen it before, it's 2 riders on the track at a time. We have one with a black number, one with a red number. And when you meet your partner, you grab them by the hand and you sling them into the action. It's what we like to call chaos and mayhem, the Madison.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to keep your eye on. You swing your partner in, and you'll get a wee bit of rest at the top of the track before you get your turn to do a wee sprint again.
I love how you just say as well, just a wee sprint.
Just
a little sprint. If you're just joining us today, welcome. It's day 3 of the UCI Track Nations Cup here in Konya in Turkey. Martin McDonald with you, and I'm really pleased to be joined by Lauren Bell, British team member of the sprint team. And it's been such a great experience so far here in Turkey to bring the Nations Cup here.
Yeah, it's been great. We haven't had a race here before, so it's kind of didn't fully know what to expect, didn't really know what the track looks like, but no, it's great to have one here. And also the European champs next year is in Konya in Turkey, so it's good to have a wee go at the track before we're hopefully come back next year.
But it's also good to have another nation that are investing in track cycling.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just exciting to keep going different places, and it's nice as well for the Turkish riders to have a competition at home and a chance for, to have your family and friends here cheering you on.
So moving on to the Madison. As we said, 200 laps, 50 kilometers with 20 sprints. I'll run you through who you are watching. So representing Germany with the black number will be Bruno Kessler and Moritz Malczarek. For Great Britain, we have Ollie Wood and Ben Wiggins. Ollie Wood will be starting. For Italy, we have Eros Sporzon and Nicolo Gali. Representing Switzerland, with the black number is Matteo Constant, with the red number we Alex Vogel. For France, in the black number is Erwan Bessier, in the red number is Clement Petit. For Indonesia, we have Bernard Benjamin Van Aert in the black number, Terry Yuda Kusuma in the red number. For Canada, in the black number we have Chris Stearns, and in the red number is Ethan Powell. For Belgium, in the black number is Jules Hesters, in the red number is Noah van der Brande. For Czechia, we have Jan Vons and Matthias Koblazek. They are the riders at the fence. Starting on the blue band are Austria, and you have Rafael Kokas and Tim Waffler. Quite a combo from Kokas and Waffler. For Spain, black number Sebastian Mora, and Vedri we have Albert Torres in the red number. For the United States, Graham Frisley and Peter Moore. For Portugal, Carlos Salguero and Yao Matias. For New Zealand, in the black number we will have Keegan Hornblow and Thomas Sexton, and for Denmark, Oscar Winkler and Oscar Ulrich Winkler and Noah Wolf. That is who we are seeing in action. So away we go. The whistle sounds. The bunch will roll away together. And then when the commissaires team, the bunch is all together, we will be off and racing. Away we go. We are off and racing. USA on the front. I don't know if you've noticed, Lauren, but the guns here are so much louder than I've heard for ages.
Yeah, our mechanic, Ernie, he said that. He was like, why is the gun so loud?
We just keep jumping out of our skin every time the gun fires. So the riders, if you're new to the Madison, when you meet your partner, you just shift your hand into the center of the bars, up close to the stem. Your partner puts their hand back on their hip, and then you just grab their hand, and it's a nice smooth motion to sling your partner into the action. 198 laps to go, 50 kilometers, and that as well, coming into this one from because you can't have a bottle on your bike on the track, so from a feeding and nutrition standpoint, there's a lot of prep that goes into racing to be able to race at this speed for 50k in this heat.
Yeah, I guess a lot of prior work's gone into making sure they're going into the race. This is the last day, so a lot of these guys will have raced earlier in the Friday and Saturday, making sure that you're going into it already fueled, already hydrated, because that can cost you if you're not later on in the race.
We have an attack already. France really going for this one early on. So the pairing from France setting the stall out early. So it is it's a brave move here from the French team, and as well it kind of sets the pattern now for the race. For France to gain, they've got the bunch in their sight already. It was a very stealthy move.
Yeah, straight into it. I guess a lot of the time you might not be expecting that from the get-go to go in, but they're freshest now, so if they're seeing an opportunity, they've got to take it.
And it is unusual sometimes to go for a lap straight from the gun firing, pretty much.
Yeah, they've obviously had a talk about this before, and here he's very close to gaining. Well, he's basically on the bunch now, so that's a very good ride from France already.
So Erwan Besnier and Clement Petit coming round this time. This is their tactic, clearly. They got one lap to go into the sprint. You're just going to lay off the back just a little bit. So you just want to keep the bunch in your sight. Take those maximum points, so you'll get the 5 points for getting onto the bunch, and then the 20 points for lapping the field. So the first sprint is done. France are about to get on here, but it's as the sprint at the front here will come through, and we will update you on your placings. But Great Britain, Switzerland and New Zealand look like they were up there. We will bring you confirmation, but France just about to try and get on here. And that, again, that is the issue that you have. So just update you on your results. So France coming through to take the 5 points. Switzerland took the 3, New Zealand took the 2, and Great Britain took the 1 point. The French team are almost on, but not quite here.
Yeah, very close now. I guess good though, they got the 5 points as well as the 20 that they'll get for the lap. I think they're there now.
And this is that moment as well where you need to get your breath back, and this is normally the moment where everything starts to kick off on the front.
Yeah, and all the riders here, so they're very fit, and even they're riding at the top, that's when they're having their rest, but it's still the scale of riding high and slow as well, so that when you do have your turn, that you're as refreshed as you can be, really.
And on a 250 meter track, you don't get to rest for very long because the speed the bunch are moving at.
Yeah, and especially this race, as the French started it, it's very quick from the start, as it usually is in these type of Madisons.
So our standings, France right at the top. A bold move from the French team right from the off, gaining the lap. 25 points they have at the top of the standings, ahead of Switzerland with 3, New Zealand and Great Britain. We are 183 laps to go, as the Belgian team have such a rich history in the Madison. So Noah van der Branden with the red number. Just Hansling's in. I don't know what you think, but looking now with the Europeans we had at the new tracker at Zolder, we'll just come into the next sprint. Belgium looking so strong in these. We're just coming up the inside. Australia making the move now over the top. The Dutch team coming through to try and take this one. So the Netherlands coming up towards the line. They take the maximum 5 points there to the team from the Netherlands. So just coming through. So the team from the Netherlands, so Vincent Hoppezak and Yuri Havik are the team of the Netherlands. So Oliver Bledin, Blake Agnolotto from Australia. For me, the Belgian team look like one of the real we know how good they are. Yeah. But it seems to me as we go into the next Olympic cycle, they're ready to really kind of explode across a lot of different disciplines.
Yeah, they're again very talented as a cycling nation, and like you said, we saw that at the European Championships, and we've already had this weekend Jules Hester there. He won the elimination, I think it was yesterday, and we were watching his sister last race, Helena, so very talented family there.
They are indeed. So update you after sprint 2 France with 25. The Netherlands now go into that silver medal position. Australia with 3, with Switzerland on 3. Italy on 2 with New Zealand, and Belgium and Great Britain have 1 apiece. So after that first lap gained here by the team from France, Oman Besnier and Clement Petit, haven't had any more attacks so far in this one. So no one quite ready to make that move. Of the French team, it was almost a little shock and awe, I think. They might have kind of sort of stalled things a little bit. It did look like once they gained a lap, sometimes that just means you've just got, for the full 180 laps, an absolute smash fest. But it seems like they've almost taken the wind out of it. Everyone's a little bit shocked.
Yeah, and I think as well, if you want to take a lap, you've got to have that moment of surprise to have a break away from the bunch. And it's probably difficult to do when it's going this quick. But I'm sure we'll see more. You know, we've still got 173 laps, so I'm sure we'll see a couple more.
Attack now from Great Britain as we go in towards our next sprint lap. 2 laps to go into the next sprint, and it's Ben Wiggins that is on the front. He'll be looking to try and throw Hollywood in. Nicely timed change by Great Britain. Hollywood gets thrown into the action. Experienced rider internationally is Hollywood. Looks back over the shoulder, takes maximum points there. And quite calmly done there by Hollywood, but he's also, you can see as well as we go through, just anticipating those attacks that might come straight after the sprint, because that's usually a good time to go.
Yeah, just making sure you're aware of that. You don't want to be caught out and you miss the jump. You know, if someone's going for trying to get a lap, you want to get on their wheel so that you can hopefully get one as well.
So Great Britain with 5, New Zealand, Switzerland and Australia with your point scorers 5, 3, 2 and 1 point respectively. That still keeps France at the top of the leaderboard. Great Britain second with 6 points. The Netherlands, New Zealand and Switzerland with 5 apiece. Australia on 4, Italy on 2, Belgium with 1 point. And as we look in, if we look in on the bunch as well, there is so much skill to find your partner and sling them in when everything's so tightly compact like we've got right now. Yeah,
I think it's the trust in your partner as well that they're going to not pull you off. But I thought it's quite interesting as well that they sometimes will have a quick chat to each other as they're changing. So say that they're thinking they want to go for a lap, you know, quickly making sure the partner knows that so that they both are on the same page and can attack it.
There's also that moment as well, if you are wanting to go for that lap gain, if your partner's just made an effort, gone into that sprint, it's maybe feeling a little bit gassed, that's the time to go, are we going to go for the lap? Where you can then say, look, we need to wait, you know, because it's got to be, as you said, it's got to be a mutual thing.
Yeah, everyone's got to be on the same page, and I think that's what's most impressive as well, is that they're able to communicate that while they're still racing at such a high pace. But there's a lot of trust that goes into it, and a lot of hard work to work really well as a team.
We got 163 laps to go. If you're just joining us, welcome aboard. We are bringing you the men's marathon here at the UCI Track Nations Cup here in Konya in Turkey, and it's France who are leading. I'm sure as this race goes on, 50 kilometers. It's on the track at this pace. 50 kilometers is a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, very long way, but a lot of these boys will also, they'll race on the road as well, so they've got a good base of fitness, so they're able to keep this pace up for all of these laps.
Belgium going in for the sprint, so the Belgians on the front coming through, take that one, so they take that, so Belgium, Portugal, France and Switzerland, it looked like, were the point scorers. So good move. So Hesters and Van den Branden, so Jules Hesters there, as Lauren Bell fairly won the elimination. It was a great, both elimination races that we've had here have been quite a spectacle. France still holding this one on the front as this race goes on. There'll be other teams that will need to try and take the laps here. But the way this pattern has gone, it's really kind of played into the tactics of the French team with that early lap game.
Yeah, it was a very smart move and they executed it perfectly. I think it was the best time to do it. You know, it wasn't well, I'm sure it was hard, but they made it look very effortlessly.
Belgium and USA going off the front with France giving chase here, but for Belgium and the USA, if they can start to edge clear, the French team as well have also got to be careful that they don't overdo the chasing here and use up too much energy.
Yeah, probably had a big hit at the start, and they want to make sure that they're conserving their energy for the end.
Ulrich and Wolf from Denmark are the team that close it down. The Aussies drop in, so keeping that pace super high. Almost looked like we had a little rest for a while, didn't it? The pace is definitely, you can see quite visibly up now, the pace.
Yeah.
France still bossing it around the front at the bottom of the track. So the team from Austria, Kokas and Waffler, are there. 153 laps to go, so we got 3 laps into our next sprint. So points on the board: Belgium, Great Britain, Switzerland, Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, Portugal and Italy. All the point scorers, with France at the top with 27. Those 20 points for gaining the lap. Little change there for Italy. Just looking around, you can see the teams just trying to decide when they're going to make the move. Italy just trying to hold that position on the inside. 1 lap to go into the next sprint. Here goes Belgium over the top, so big attack, reaction from Italy, but he had good pace down by the time he hit the front. So Belgium currently sitting second with 6 points. Van den Branden and Hesters come through to take another 5 points. We'll see if they persist with this one. Really great move from about 3/4 of the way down the bunch there for Belgium.
Yeah, and especially at the top now, from position 2 all the way down to really 5, it's very even. You know, there's not really anyone very far ahead, so for Belgium to take those points, it's important.
So Hesters and Van den Branden are really showing good form here. There's your point scores on the board. So Belgium chipping away at that lead of France, who still sit at the top with 27 points. They are in the gold medal position. Belgium second with 11 points. Switzerland with 7. Great Britain currently on 647 laps still to go. Quick swift change in there for the Swiss. It's almost that, and in this length of race of 200 laps, once you start to get through that 100 lap to go point, that's the point. Again, that's just sort of, as a Madison rider, that second checkpoint of thinking, okay, we're inside that 100 to go, and expect it to really start kicking off within that final 100 laps.
Yeah, and you know, you need to make sure you're not leaving it too late to make the moves and get the sprints. You don't want to let, for example, France on 27, you don't want to let them get too far ahead because you'll struggle to catch up.
So 5, 3, 2 and 1 points at each of our sprints. Every 10 laps we have double points on the final lap as well. As we go into the next 2 sprints, if Belgium take the next 2, France are then going to have to start thinking about scoring some more points, because Belgium are really starting to chip away at that advantage.
Yeah, and they definitely look very strong in the sprints, so France will have to make sure they're keeping an eye on them.
Hoppazak makes the move now for the Netherlands. Big attack, and he used the transitions of the track perfectly. Got some great height as he throws in Yuri Havoc, and it's that point. You just want to, if you can make a move from that far back. The Dutch look like they're going for a lap game here.
Yeah, and so far they've made quite a lot of good distance, so we'll see if they manage to maintain that, but they're looking like they're going to get the 5 points at least.
Yuri Havoc, former world champion. They've got half a lap gain. New Zealand, Australia, Germany giving chase, but the Netherlands already starting to get the bunch in their sights as Havoc throws in Hoppazak. Will give you confirmation of your points scored, but the Netherlands waited. They're timing this one nicely. So the Netherlands are off the front. We've then got chasers in the form of Australia, New Zealand and Germany. Belgium also now giving chase. Noah van der Branden gets thrown in and launches the move off the front. So as the Netherlands try to gain the lap, everything is just kicking off on the front of the bunch, and there's holes and gaps within the bunch. And sometimes it's difficult to tell when it stretches like this and there's gaps in between everyone what the main part of the bunch is.
Yeah, it's quite difficult even to know who's leading. So I think the kind of key to know is, I don't know if you'll be able to see it on TV, but there's a commissaire who will point to who's leading the race.
So there comes Yuri Havik into the home straight. He's just glancing across the track, and what he will see is a splintered peloton because everyone is attacking on the front. It's currently the Netherlands, then New Zealand, Australia, Germany, Great Britain, Belgium are in line, then the Dutch team will come into sight, so they're still trying to gain the lap. They're just caught up in this traffic now at the back. They've got to try and find their way through.
Yeah, need to get back to their bunch is the one with the most riders, so they need to get back there to gain their lap.
Update you on your standings. France still with 27, Belgium are on 11, the Netherlands are on 10, New Zealand have 8 points. There is your team. There's Vincent Hoppazak trying to find his way through the riders at the back that are changing. The New Zealanders and the Aussies have been brought together. There may be an opportunity now, Lauren, because there's a little lull on the front of the bunch. This is the point where the Netherlands just need to sort of strike this one home, and they're almost there.
Yeah, very close now, but it's not too far until the next sprint, so I think they're just going to hold off a little bit.
So just Yuri Havik swings up the track, 131 points, laps to go rather, and they will now get on. And so if, I believe, if I remember rightly, the change is that the change in the rules, if you get on in the sprint lap, you still get the points. So I remember a UCI commissaire telling me that one. So you don't have to sit right off the back. If you make contact with the bunch, you still get the 5 points. So update you on your standings momentarily, and we will get the lap gain, I'm sure, pretty soon. 129 laps to go. So the Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand and Denmark was the result of sprint number 7. There you have it on your board. So the Netherlands 15 points, they'll get their 20 points added pretty soon. As soon as that pops up on the live timing. There you have it, result of sprint 7. The Netherlands take 5, 3 goes to Australia, New Zealand on 2. And the Netherlands on, New Zealand take the 1 points. Head of the race is the bunch. There's Yuri Havik gaining the lap. So 20 points now for the Netherlands, and that catapults them to the top of the standings. So if you are just tuning into our Madison right now with 126 laps to go, we had the French team of Erwan Besnier and Clement Petit who went for the shock and awe tactic and got an early lap. It put them to the top of the standings, got their 20 points, but now with the Netherlands gaining the lap, that now puts them into the lead. They have 35 points to France's 27. Belgium are third in that bronze medal position with 11. (124), 4 laps to go into our next sprint. It's a bit of a lull here. Switzerland, Italy, Germany on the front, all looking around. The USA looking like they're getting a bit of height, but it's Spain that go up the inside. So the very experienced Spanish pairing. So Mora and Torres, former world champs. Wood and Wiggins just throwing each other in. So we see Ben Wiggins has got the fluorescent helmet. This is a really good tactic as well as we go into the sprint. Ben Wiggins comes over the top. Spain go for the change. Switzerland are up there for some points. Have our Italy, so we got 4 teams just with a small advantage. But Ben Wiggins coming through to take the maximum points for Great Britain. So 5 on the board for Great Britain. They currently sit in 7th place with, so they get another 5. We'll get confirmation as soon as we get that. So it's Great Britain, Switzerland, Spain and Italy, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. So there's your confirmation. So sprint 8 of 20. Head of the races with this team of Spain, then Great Britain, Switzerland, Italy, New Zealand with a small advantage. Belgium starting to give chase. 118 laps to go. So the start of a move off the front here. Belgium really giving chase. Hesters and Van der Brande do not want to let this one get away. But the standings, point scorers so far, the Netherlands with 35, France in silver with 27, 11 points apiece to Belgium and Great Britain, but sitting on 10 points are New Zealand and Switzerland, with Australia, Italy, Denmark, Portugal, Spain and Germany all scoring points. Indonesia have lost 20 points, so have Hong Kong for losing the lap. So that is where we are at the moment. Ben Wiggins takes a little glance. Another former World Junior Madison champ. Another move now going in for the Belgians. And it could be the right time here. Takes a glance back over the shoulder just as everyone went for the change. We're starting to get an attack up. The Dutch are having to go high, find their way through the traffic as Hoppazak gives chase. So a strong move now. Another one of the big sporting rivalries, Belgium and the Netherlands.
Yeah, and you can see the Dutch don't want now the Belgians to get too far away. They're fairly close still in the standings, so they need to make sure they're keeping an eye there. And as you can see, they're closing down, trying to make sure they're going with them.
So in that back straight from that long shot, you can see the Belgians just coming round into the home straight. They get the bell lap this time into the next sprint. So the Belgians, the Dutch, the Aussies are there. Indonesia have lost the lap. Big hand sling in for Van der Branden. Comes through, looks back over the shoulder, takes maximum points ahead of the Netherlands. Sweeping up some points. Australia get a timely hand sling.
It seems the Belgians sat on it. They're coming back down now, so I think they're still going to try go for the lap now. So it's Dutch and the Belgium at the front.
Australia trying to close this one down. There is, again, big gaps in the bunch behind the Great Britain team. So the long shot that we are able to see here in the track. So we have the Netherlands and Belgium that are off the front. We then have the Australians who are about to come into your picture and make contact with them. So they make contact as all three teams go in for a change. Belgium, France and Australia have the head of the race. So you can see there Yuri Havoc was just lining up for the hand sling. The rider from Hong Kong, just trying to find his way through, was Yuri Havoc, but such an experienced Madison rider is Havoc. France now realizing that they need to get in on the action here. Very vigilant bunch. That was not a combination that you wanted to let go clear there.
No, definitely not.
So this, you can see here, just Yuri Havoc just wanting his change. Let's see what the commissaires will make of that one. So Hong Kong, China have lost their lap. They've lost 20 points. Indonesia have lost 2 laps. So 103 laps ago. We're getting to that point now. 100 laps ago, 25 kilometers of the race remaining. As we look a little bit further down the bunch, watch Spain coming through. Are they about to just, if the bunch swings up, make a little move off the front? France are there. That early lap gain for France. They need to start picking up some points here. The teams of Belgium, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, and down below that need to start thinking about a lap gain if they can. Now we're starting to see France getting in on the action here for the sprint, but the Austrians coming through. It's going to be between France and Austria, with Austria coming through to take maximum points. Kokas and Waffler, an experienced combo together for them. France needed to score some points. France really need now to start chipping away at that advantage if they can. But the Netherlands, so experienced, riders like Yuri Havoc and Vincent Hoppazak, they'll just chip away. 2 points here, 1 point there.
Yeah, and as you said, it's now getting to the last, well, we're now below 100 laps as lots of the big moves start happening. But I think the Netherlands will definitely be keeping close to France, and similar France with the Netherlands.
So on your screen you can see as well Indonesia at DNF, so they've retired from the race. Inside 100 laps to go. There's your sprint result, a sprint 10, as Canada start to make a move over the top. So Austria, France, Netherlands, Great Britain, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points respectively. So 40 points for the Netherlands, 30 to France, 16 for Belgium, 13 for Great Britain. Australia in 5th with 11, New Zealand and Switzerland level on 10 points in 6th place. So now we're sort of seeing into this point teams like Canada, no points on the board. They need to start getting, if they've got designs of moving up in this leaderboard, they need to start picking up some points or getting a lap gain here.
Yeah, we can see that Canada's on the front now, and they're looking to put a lot of power down to try gain some points.
So if we look back to the other Madisons recently, European Madison, we had the Netherlands. It was Dorenbos and Hoppazak that took the Europeans ahead of Germany and Portugal. And we were with their world champs last year, Germany with Roger Kluge, Tim Tottenberg, Belgium with De Wilde and Van der Bosch. Denmark took the bronze medal there with Larsen and Morkov. Japan with Hashimoto and Kuboki took the recent Asian championships. The men's under-23 Europeans last year is quite an interesting one, because if we look at that, the team of Austria, Waffler and Kokas, who are here, they took the gold. Great Britain took second with a combo of Ben Wiggins with Noah Hobbs, and then Krabber and Van der Branden. So Van der Branden, who's in here with Hesters, took that title in the under-23 European. So it's really good to see some of those under-23 European medalists from last year stepping up and taking and challenging here. But it's New Zealand that come through to take maximum points, starting to see the move. So the Portuguese of Salgueiro and Matias. So new combo for them. They've got big shoes to fill, the Portuguese, haven't they? With the Oliveira brothers and Yuri Leitão as well, with Oliveira and Leitão taking the Olympic title last year.
Yeah, it's always good to have that experience in the team, though. You can always gain a lot from them, and it helps you become a better rider as well, which I'm seeing, as you see, they seem to be gaining a little bit from the bunch, so potentially they're going to try get a lap here.
And always traditionally, the Portuguese riders, they're very good at timing their moves. Hoppazak give his chase for the Netherlands. So the Netherlands, who are our leaders on 40 points, look like they're trying to make a move now for another lap. The New Zealand are just trying to ride the coattails of the Netherlands behind, not quite assisting in the chase, but Portugal, Netherlands, New Zealand, Canada are the teams that are just off the front. For the team of Portugal, I think all the reaction behind might just prevent the Portuguese here from getting that lap gain, because the bunch do not want to let the Dutch go anywhere here.
No, yeah, the bunch definitely reacting, so it's going to be difficult now to gain a lap, but we'll see if they keep going.
84 laps to go. Head of the races with Portugal, the team in the white, red and green colours. The team from the Netherlands, Vincent Hoppazak and Yuri Havik, are giving chase, but the bunch is about to make contact with them. It was a nicely timed move. I think without that reaction from the Netherlands, it may have been a good opportunity for the Portuguese to gain a lap.
Yeah, and I think that this just shows how smart it was of the French to get that lap earlier on, because it's quite difficult now because everyone's reacting very efficiently to when the moves are made.
And as a duo, as a pairing, as an endurance rider as well, you've got to make that decision as when you if you're going to go for the lap or when you start to just ease back, but they'll want to make sure that they take maximum points in this one. So they're coming through for the sprint, but they might just get challenged now by New Zealand right on the line. Will New Zealand launch a move? I feel like they're the New Zealand team just ducking and diving here. Maybe we'll start to make a little move. But the bunch, yet again, is in a little bit of disarray. It's about to come back together behind. So updating your standings, you can just see on your screen. Just we're getting the green markers on the screen. But the Netherlands, with 79 laps to go, so they took the sprint ahead of Portugal, New Zealand and Canada, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points respectively. for them. Germany and Italy have actually lost a lap, so they've are now at minus 20 points. You can see just at the bottom of your screen. Spain making a move. Austria trying to get in on the attack now. The head of the race is with the Spanish team that have just gone through the line. Moravedri, they are so experienced, are these two. Moravedri and Torres starting to make that move. They've got about half a lap, but the USA starting to react. The Netherlands at the moment do not want, they're just jumping on everything on the bunch behind. Spain have got about quarter of a lap. The USA, who are currently sitting in 13th with no points, 0 points for the USA. We're about half a lap gain now for Spain. This is looking good for the Spanish team. They've got the bunch in their sights, so they're right. You just start to get that draw now, and this it will be welcome with 73 laps to go. USA also giving chase. The USA have got about almost that half lap gain, but New Zealand and Belgium are chasing hard in that bunch behind. Little glance across the track from the USA. The acceleration now for Spain. At that point, that's where you need to go. We go into that sprint lap. Now you can see the acceleration pretty evident. They're going to get on. They're going to get maximum points, and 20 points will really catapult them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's a very good move from Spain here, and especially now we're coming into the other sprint lap.
So 5 points goes to Spain. We'll see the bunch behind. Belgium, New Zealand and the Netherlands just coming through for the sprint. Their points will go on the board. USA are also trying to get on. They've got half a lap. Will they persist with this one? Spain almost there, but not quite. This is the agonizing position sometimes as a bunch rider, isn't it? When you're almost there, but you just get this kind of mayhem ahead of you.
Yeah, especially as the bunch is continuing to accelerate. It's like you're so close, but just not close enough.
And you just got to pick your way through the bunch, find your partner, sling them into the action. Almost there, so Spain are still the head of the race, even with all of the riders around you. Don't forget, when you're looking at the pictures, that some of the riders have just been slung their partner in and are just making their way up to the top of the track to rest. Great Britain are also starting to make a move off the front. The USA are also still chasing hard behind. They are almost in sight of the back of the bunch as well. USA are on 3 points. But our leaders are the Netherlands with 45, but Spain have now been given the 20 points. That's just appeared on our graphic, but the USA are also about to make contact. Graham Frisley and Peter Moore are almost on as well, and that will really move the Americans up the standings here as well. Great Britain, Ben Wiggins off the front. Spain have made another move. Not sitting back at all in this one. USA are the head of the race. Our standings are the Netherlands on 45, France on 31, Spain on 27. Frisley and Moore are now the front. Ollie Woods, Ben Wiggins, the team of Spain have gone for a second attack here. So Spain not sitting back. I mean, Lauren, this is like, it becomes mind-blowing sometimes, doesn't it, when you're in this position. They've gained the lap. The USA are still the head of the race, but Spain behind, going for a second lap.
Yeah, and if they gain those 20 points, that will, if Netherlands doesn't get any points in the next sprint, that will put them up to first. So it's a very smart move if they're able to pull it off as well. And luckily they've got the British team there to ride with, to try to share the front there.
We are 60 laps to go, and Frisley and Moore are almost there, but not quite. The race is just full on fast and furious ahead of you. They've got to pick their way through the traffic as the attacks are coming thick and fast at the front of the bunch. It's still the USA that are there, but they're almost there. Result of sprint 14, USA, Great Britain, Spain and New Zealand. 20 points we've on the board for gaining the lap for Spain. The USA almost there, but not quite. The team of Belgium are attacking on the front. Spain and Great Britain are in the gap behind. We'll just keep an eye on where everyone is when we go to our big wide shot here on your screens. There's the USA just slinging each other into the action, as that you can see the melee that they have ahead of them to get onto the bunch. We have chasers of Spain and Great Britain. So the USA almost there, but not quite. Close but no cigar at the moment for the USA, but they're getting a bit of help now. Canada and Italy just ahead of them. Spain and Great Britain are still in the gap behind. They're riding with the Danes. So your standings, 45 points for the Netherlands, 31 to France, who took that first lap gain. Spain now up to third, but they're going for their second lap gain here if they can get on. The Netherlands and Belgium, though, are also on the attack. So we go to our big wide shot here of the stadium. We've got the USA in their Stars and Stripes jerseys. Then you've got Spain, Great Britain. Looks like Denmark with them. Belgium and the Netherlands behind. Czechia trying to get in as well. You can see it has been absolutely full on this race. Bell lap into the sprint. The USA are still the front here. They're still picking up points at the USA. So they are keeping themselves well in the standings. So the bunch just being pointed, the commissaire pointing right over the top of everyone into the American rider. So they take another 5 points. So even while they're not quite getting the 20 points, they're still now, they've got a bit of company around them. And they'll just hope that maybe some of the riders ahead of them just come back to them, and that then forms the bunch. And then, as they're about to do now, and then they get their 20 points because they're deemed the biggest part of the race.
Yeah, because even if they've not gained the lap now, they're still getting those precious points, the 5, 3, 2, 1. But we can see the bunch is definitely responding. We've got the Dutch as well and the Belgians joining in.
So we have a chasing group of Spain, Great Britain, Belgium and the Netherlands. So Spain now up to second with 32 points. So it's the Netherlands on 45, Spain now on 32, France on 31. The USA get 20 points for gaining that lap, but not far away from the back of the bunch are Great Britain, Belgium, Netherlands and Spain. So that will also give them another 20 points. Spain just didn't know, they're just absolutely relentless in this race. Didn't give anyone a time to recover. Got their lap, just went straight over the top and went for it again.
Yeah, but an important move it was, because it's now put them third in the standings.
There's your result of sprint 15. So the USA, Spain, Great Britain and Belgium. 44 laps to go. 200 laps goes quickly, doesn't it, Lauren? Yeah,
when you're going this quick, it definitely does.
If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. We're coming up to the final 40 laps of the Men's Madison here in the UCI Track Nations Cup. And we're really glad to have Lauren Bell of the Great Britain national team alongside us in commentary. We had Marie Kwame of France with us for some of the sprint races earlier on. And it's great to have Lauren's expertise as a top track rider alongside us. So Spain, Netherlands are now leading. USA are in the silver medal position. 1 lap to go into the 40-lap sprint. Ollie Wood trying to get up to Van den Brande, and so Belgium and the Netherlands coming round. This is a big sprint for these two teams. Havik and Hesters. They just swing up, they look around the group. So that is the 40 lap to go sprint. So 5 for Belgium, 3 for the Netherlands. So that gives the Netherlands 48, Spain 33, level with the USA. Spain, Belgium, Netherlands, Great Britain still the head of the race. So Spain take the 1 point here with 38 laps to go. So we have a sprint with 30 laps to go, 20-10, and then don't forget the double points on the final sprint, all important there as well. So the front of the race, the head of the race, is the team here. Ben Wiggins of Great Britain leading through with the team of Spain, Mora and Torres. the team from the Netherlands, Vincent Hoppezak and Yuri Havik, and the team from Belgium. They are well up there. What a team. Jules Hesters and Noah van den Branden. Ollie Woods trying to make contact now with the back of the bunch. France are trying to go on the attack on the front of the bunch. So if they can get that 20 points. Denmark have actually lost a lap. So we saw the Danes within different groups. The Danes have lost a lap, so they lose their 20 points. So we'll just keep an eye on the team of France and also the group of Great Britain, Spain, Netherlands, the Belgians and the Americans who are with them. USA still level on points with Spain. Really, really impressed with how the American team are riding in this one.
Yeah, they're racing very smart, making the right moves when they need to. And you know, we can see that as they've climbed up the leaderboard. So we've got to make sure that they're equal with Spain now. So just get a couple more points to put them ahead there.
Great Britain, Spain, US, Netherlands and Belgium just make contact with the back of the bunch. But Belgium and the Netherlands here, the Brits have gone in. Spain have gone straight off the front, so they've gained a lap. The Netherlands and the Belgians have sat off the back. They waited for the sprint, but as they've done that, Spain have just put the big hammer down on the front. They've thrown down the big challenge. So this is the second time. They got the first lap, they went for it again, and they've done it yet again.
Yeah, this must be maybe their tactic going in, kind of leaving it slightly later and just hammering it down. So they seem to have made quite a bit of distance to the bunch now, and I think the Dutch seem to be reacting a little bit now.
This is a superhero level performance, you would say, from Spain. This is to be able to, in a 200 lap Madison, gain the lap, then just continuously just keep hitting it again and again and again and again. But these two are so experienced, aren't they?
Yeah, it's very impressive because even the resting at the top, it's not really gaining like fully your breath back. So yeah, it's very impressive to watch. Just keep going.
Update you on your standings with 28 laps to go. It is the Netherlands leading with 48 points, with Spain second on 33 with the USA, but Spain are going for a third lap here. The French and Czechia teams are off the front, so they've got to be chasing them. So they were as the teams get on, they become the head of the race, but Spain are about to make contact here with Czechia and France, but Yuri Havik, so Netherlands, Australia and Belgium, they recognised the danger. They played a big hand there, that they sat back, waited for the sprint. Spain instinctively spotted it and just went for it again.
Yeah, it just shows their experience that they can kind of see these times to really attack, and they take it.
So 20 points for gaining a lap. Belgium, Great Britain, Netherlands and Spain. That means Netherlands are on 68 points. Spain are on 53. Belgium in the bronze medal position on 44, with Great Britain on 40. USA now in 5th place. We have 23 laps to go. 3 laps into our next sprint. France, Czechia, then we've got a little gap, so there's some big gaps here. Ben Wiggins is in the gap. We come round to the head of the race is with Spain with 53 points. They're looking for the bunch ahead of them. Behind they've got a chasing group though of France, Czechia, Netherlands, New Zealand, Belgium and Great Britain not far away. So 5, 3, 2 and 1 point. 1 lap to go into the sprint, which will be with 20 laps to go. So Spain almost on with the main part of the bunch, you would say, with the route of riders that are there. Spain take the 5, they go through and take that one. As behind them, France. So Spain take it. We'll give you an update on that momentarily. So 2 more sprints. So Spain take that maximum points. That puts them with 61 points. We have a sprint with 10 laps to go, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. And then those double points on the final sprint will be all important. So Spain about to make their way into the back of the bunch, but behind them, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Belgium, France and Great Britain are also not far away. So another 20 points for gaining the lap. Czechia have lost the lap, so they lose 20 points. So Belgium, New Zealand, Netherlands, France and Great Britain are a chasing group together. Spain make contact. The big question now, Lauren, is do they do it again? If you're Spain, you would just go over the top while your nearest rivals are trying to get on. If you've got the energy, go for it again, and that's exactly what they're doing. Spain are coming through, and they've launched the move straight off the front. So for the teams behind, for the Netherlands, for Belgium, for Great Britain, it's just a mind-blowing scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, just keep going. Obviously, clearly not tired, are they? They can just keep going, but I think the Netherlands will now be looking to catch back to them. There's, 9 points between them, so they can't let them get too much further ahead now.
So the prospect now, Spain are going for another lap gain here. So Mora and Vedri.
Yeah, I don't think the Netherlands are going to be trying to catch them down, so Spain is still ahead now.
So Albert Torres and teammate Sebastian Moravedri off the front. Can they take this one? They'll want the maximum points with 12 laps to go. They're at the top of the leaderboard here with 81, 71 to the Netherlands. So Spain really extending the lead. They get the bell this time into the next sprint. Chasing groups behind, Belgium trying to get on, but Spain have got the bunch in their sight here. They're about to really start to put this Madison out of reach if they can. So 2014, when Albert Torres won the World Madison title, and they're about to get on here to the back of the bunch. So Great Britain, New Zealand, Netherlands and France have got 20 points for gaining the lap. Netherlands now move up to 91 points for gaining their lap. Spain are on 84. Great Britain in bronze is 60. France on 59, so it's tight there. There is just lap gain after lap gain after lap gain here with 8 laps to go. So those points for that final sprint. Can Spain get on here? It's all about this lap gain here with 8 laps. 2 kilometers to go, and Spain look like they're about to gain another lap. Behind them, Portugal and Austria are giving chase, but Spain about to make contact. And for another lap gain here, this won't be enough time to take that one. The Netherlands are really up in the pressure on the front, kicking things off, but Spain are into the slipstream and into the traffic on the back of the bunch now with 6 laps to go. This has been an incredible performance from the Spanish.
Yeah, they seem to be really finding their stride in the last part of the lap and just still going, and now you can see they're still sprinting over now, trying to get back to that front, but 20 points they'll have gained again.
So they are in there, so they just will wait for that to pop up on the board. There's a small gap in the bunch. They've got to get on, and they're accelerating across the gap. So Sebastian Mora and Albert Torres are almost on. 4 laps to go, 1 kilometer, 3 laps to go. My apologies, through the line. This time it's the Netherlands on the front. They're looking for the maximum points on that final sprint. Spain are trying to make contact with the group, with the Dutch accelerating on the front, but closing that gap down. They are right on the limit. Spain with 2 laps to go, almost there. The Netherlands on the front, looking to lead out this sprint. The head of the race is still with the team of Spain. 1 lap to go. Spain are almost there. Onto the back of the bunch are Spain. Netherlands with 91 points. Spain are still the head of the race as they come in towards that final sprint, and they're about to cross the line. Spain come through and take the maximum points on the line as the sprint behind for the points. We will update you that momentarily. Portugal and Austria in 2nd and 3rd on that sprint, on the final sprint, but Spain come through to get the 10 points on the line. So we'll just get you the update. So it was Spain from France that took the 6 points. So Spain take 10, and that means that moves them up to 94 points. They're just finding the third and fourth positions in the sprint. But Spain with 94 points. I think we had Portugal and Austria that were slightly off the front. It was just chaos and mayhem, that final sprint. So wait a moment, there we have it. So result sprint 20 of 20, that gives Spain 94 points. That should give them the victory, but we will wait for confirmation of where the third and fourth placed points go to.
Yeah, an average speed across the race of 60 kilometers an hour, so fairly shifting there.
I mean, that does put it into perspective, doesn't it? 200 laps at an average speed of 60 kilometers an hour.
Incredible.
So 49 minutes and 59 seconds was the race time in total. But for the team of Spain, the experience of both riders. Sebastian Moravedri is 37 now. Albert Torres is 34. But it's just the way, just that instinct, wasn't it, to just keep going over the top. They knew that the team of the Netherlands and Belgium were hanging back in the sprint laps, and it just became a smash fest.
Yeah, and like you said, it's that experience. They know themselves, they know their legs, they each know each other as like a partner, and they were able to read the race very well there and do exactly what they needed to do to take the win.
So it looks like Belgium are in that bronze medal position with 69 points. We're still waiting for full confirmation of sprint number 20. If we were keeping track of the race as we were, it should have been Spain, France. I believe, I'll correct myself if I'm wrong, that looking at where the race was, Austria and Portugal were with Spain, or off the front when Spain went for that next lap gain. So they're just looking at that just before we bring you confirmation. It's fair to say though that was one of the most thrilling Madisons I've seen for a while. That was great.
Yeah, there was a lot going on from the start as well. A lot to keep your eye on, especially as a rider in there. It's like we were saying kind of earlier, it's like you've got to be aware of what's going on at the race, especially you have Spain getting a lap and then continuing and getting another one.
But there's also that point as well, is that sometimes you feel that you need recovery, and they didn't.
Yeah, I think they timed it to perfection, I guess, kind of tried to save a little bit of energy, if you can say that, earlier on in the race, and then attack it hard near the end. Because I think France maybe did it slightly different, where they attacked it hard at the start.
Indeed. So the men's Madison is done. We will bring you 100% confirmation when we get places 3 and 4 for that final sprint, but we do believe it's Spain at the top with 94, Netherlands on 91, Belgium with 69 points. And just so as the lights go down for our victory ceremony, so our men's Madison is behind us. We will move on in our program. Lauren, how would you, you're someone that spends your life at the medal factory, as you call it, in Manchester, but how do the endurance riders, you must be able to sort of watch them, how do they prep for something like we've just seen, a 50k at that sort of speed?
Yeah, well, the endurance riders do a lot on the road, so a lot of the times they'll just appear at track closer to the racing and do some efforts together, but I think they build such a good fitness base away on the road training, and it means that they can keep up these speeds on the track, and it gives them a very good base. And then kind of when they come into track, do a lot kind of more sprinting type effort, well, long sprints on the track to get that punch through. And
there's a lot of time spent on long endurance efforts behind the motorbike as well.
Yeah, you see it a lot, and also practicing the changeovers. But yeah, training's very different to what we do as sprinters, but it needs to be when you're doing 200 laps.
You can see there the Movistar underneath the Movistar colours, underneath the skin suit there. As Lauren said, a lot of the endurance track riders spend a lot of time on the road. So moving on in our program, we'll move on to our next race, which should be after the men's Madison. It will be the men's sprint finals. They're just giving us our nice little light show in the track centre here in Konya. So plenty more race action to come here this evening. We will have the men's sprint finals that will then move back to the women's Omnium. We'll be bringing the elimination. We'll have race 2 of the men's sprint finals, and then we will have the women's Keirin, and then we will finish off with what we expect to be an absolute thriller of a points race. So we're going to go back to sprinting. This is your discipline, Lauren.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bronze ride-off between Ryan Halal of France and Lee Hoffman of Australia, and then we've got an all-British final, Matt Richardson and Harry Ledingham-Horn. Between the semis and the finals, what's your approach from ride to ride?
Kind of similar with like making sure you cool down well, and they'll be looking at who they've got coming up in the final, kind of working out what's their strengths, how they can race efficiently to, you know, beat them in the next rides. But it's all about now just keeping fresh, keeping fueled, and making sure that your head's in the right space to attack the first ride. I think especially, you know, you want to win the first one. It's also a good mental for you. You know, you're going in, you've already won the first one, rather than being a bit on the back foot. It's never great, is it?
And how do you approach it when you're teammates? Do you, you know, because do you have different coaches that kind of take the lead in terms of helping you and talking you through the ride when you're going up against a teammate?
Yeah, I think usually when you're going against a teammate, the coaches don't, our coaches don't give you any help, because, you know, they're not going to sit there and tell you the weakness of your of your teammates. You kind of, but it's also, you know them very well. So Matty and Harry train together, so they'll both know how the other one likes to ride. So it's always quite interesting to see it.
So they'll just be going through it, and it's such a sprinting, such a psychological thing as well. You know, we see everyone getting psyched up and getting ready. Is that a big important part of your racing as well?
Yeah, I guess because it's over quickly as it's a sprint, so you need to be ready to go. You need to be making sure that you're not kind of, you know, someone might make a quick move and you need to be able to react to that, so you can't be a bit chilled and lazy going up to the start line. You need to make sure you're awake, you're ready to go, and you're ready to do some big efforts in. Especially with the gears they're riding, you know, it's a big gear, you need to make sure you're on top of it, so you need to be ready to go.
So we're still waiting for the confirmation of the results of the Madison, so they have to sort of make sure that they've got that result confirmed before we move on to the next one. I hope you're enjoying our coverage here of the UCI Track Nations Cup from Konya in Turkey. I'm Martin McDonald. Alongside me is Lauren Bell, member of the Great Britain national team. You're just watching a little replay there. It was a big save that we saw there. It happens from time to time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just racing incident. You know, things are happening very quickly. So obviously Ryan there went to go and save the sprinter's lane, make sure it's his, and unfortunately Matty was always there. But yeah, main thing is everyone stayed up, and Ryan's just going into this next race having a little warning against his name.
Yeah, he's got a little W by his name, hasn't he? So we're just waiting. We'll just wait for the riders to get themselves up onto the track. We see as well, for anyone that we get a lot of shots into the track centre, and we see everyone warming up. You're on your rollers. You got your headphones on. How much does kind of that, your music, your playlist, all that kind of thing, how much does that help with your prep?
Yeah, I think it helps focus you. Keeps your mind like occupied on what you've got to do. And some people, it's quite interesting what songs. Some people go for more like a classical approach. Other people want something a bit heavier, maybe some rap. Just whatever gets the best out of you, really.
We need to put like an international playlist
Yeah.
together, don't we? We need to sort of put a sprinters playlist together of riders as well, what everyone's warming up to.
Yeah, what's your biggest tune?
Yeah, definitely. I think I would like to see that. It's definitely something that we find interesting. How difficult is this though, as well, when you're ready to ride, and the last race they are still trying to decide the result? How difficult a process is this to kind of go through? How do you keep focused when you're already warm, you've already done your warm-up, and you have to sit for a while?
Yeah, I think it can be quite tricky, especially if you're a bit newer to the scene, and if you're racing someone, you get a bit nervous about like waiting a bit longer. But I think you always have to bring it back to your processes going into the race. So what do you want to achieve when you go up here? Is it a tactic? Do you want to be into the bell lap? Do you want to be at 80%? Are you trying to keep it slow? Are you trying to make sure you get them off the black up to the fence? So I think it's just making sure you keep going over that in your mind so that you're ready to go, and it also means you don't kind of switch off a little bit, and keeping those processes keeps the nerves at bay.
And are you kind of always going in with an idea of what you're doing? I imagine you have to be quite reactive as well to how your opponent approaches things, even if you go in with a big game plan.
Yeah, I think I like to go in with something I'm working on, but I can achieve it regardless of what my opponent does. So you can't really go in thinking coming out of each bend exactly what you want to do, because like you said, you have to react. But I think I find it helpful to have a little something I'm focusing on, but also keeping in mind that I need to make sure that that's working for the race.
So you're getting great insights. And with we had Mari Kwame with us earlier on as well, and she was saying that for her it's 70% in the gym and 30% on the bike. Is it a similar sort of thing for you?
Yeah, I think I do a little bit more on the bike. I think I find like I'm quite strong in the gym naturally, and then coming from a talent transfer, so I used to do athletics before I moved over across to cycling. Actually doing more stuff on the bike helps me. Just I didn't grow up riding my bike, so just making sure I keep knowing how to pedal and how to move my bike about. So I do a little bit more on the bike than I think she does.
And did it take you a while to cross over once you first got on to the track? How did they find you?
So I did it's called Discover Your Power, and they were looking for mainly girls, because unfortunately a lot of girls drop out of cycling or drop out of sport as they go through puberty. So they were looking for girls to fill gaps that we have in quite a few sports, so it wasn't just track cycling. And I did a couple tests, like standing long jump, high jump, watt bike sprints, and they said you'd be quite good at cycling, and that's kind of how I got into it. So did a bit with British cycling, did a lot of work with Scottish cycling as well, and then here I am now. But it's funny looking back at videos, I thought I was so good and I look horrific. I'm like all over the place.
And big future ahead, definitely. We're going to move to our sprint ride for the bronze. And the ride for the bronze here is between Rayan Halal and Lee Hoffman. It is the best of three, so you get those three rides. So as we always say, as a sprinter, you want to get it done in two.
Yep, ideal. Just personally attack this first race, and then hopefully you can hold on for the second one.
Lee Hoffman for Australia and Rayan Halal on start line. The other thing that's always interesting as well when you see the riders on the start line is how much a lot of riders stare into each other's eyes.
I love it. It's like it was it 2022 Worlds, I think, and it was Mathilde staring into, I think it was Emma Hins's eyes, giving a little death stare. But yeah, I love it.
Can you, a lot of the seconds, a lot of the visors are mirrored. Is it just that kind of, the swagger that sprinters have that you do that?
I think as well, I think I definitely use mirrored visor just for pure looks, because I'm already got like a horrible face when I'm trying my best. I think if you can see my eyes, it would be worse.
So rolling out here, Rayan Halal, he's in terms of his tactics so far today, he's chosen this sort of quite a lot in terms of a very slow start leading off here.
Yeah, we saw him do it in the race before with as well, but I think Lee especially, he's very explosive, good acceleration being a P1, and he was an incredible P1 as well, so this won't necessarily, it's not too bad for Lee for it to be a wee bit slower.
So just rolling out here, looking at those shadows. As a crossover athlete as well, as we always talk about this instinct that you have and develop as a sprinter in being able to ride forward while looking backwards.
Yeah.
Is that something that took a while to find for you?
Yeah, it's definitely skill, and you just have to be relaxed on the bike, because I think that helps you. If you're too rigid, it's difficult to keep your head back. But we'll see the pace is definitely increasing now.
Rayan Halal accelerates. Hoffman gets some height. He's going to drop in now. He wants that door to open, but it's not going to be. Rayan Halal, as Hoffman now gets some height out of the straight, tries to use that transition to the banking, but we've seen him tuck down. So Aero in this one. Can he get the slingshot? Rayan Halal has the front. We've seen it so far this weekend, but it's the Frenchman that takes ride one there. So Rayan Halal, great tactics, shows as well, shows the experience there of Rayan Halal.
Yeah, it was a great ride from him there. He kind of, coming into 1 lap to go, made sure that he came up the track a bit as well and stopped Lee from being able to have a gap to rush into him. So yeah, it was a very good ride for him.
We saw Hoffman there twice, so you're trying to get height in the banking, but then height up the straights to drop into that 200-meter line. So you feel that real acceleration when you get on top of the gear.
Yeah, it's very difficult to not have a gap and just ride around someone. You have to be a lot quicker than them. So especially as we get into these semi-finals and finals where there's not much difference between you in terms of flying 200 times, you need to make sure you're setting up a gap really well and rushing into it.
Our bronze medal ride, Rayan Halal makes it 1. We now have the ride-off for the gold medal. As we say, best of 3 rides, and it is between the 2 British riders. Matthew Richardson moving across after the Olympic Games to ride for Great Britain, born in Great Britain. And now representing the country of his birth. And he seems to have slotted into the team really well.
Yeah, definitely. He's been there, I think, now a couple of months, I guess, now. So, yeah, he's got fitted in really well, and he's like a good character to have around.
Harry Ledingham-Horn, 21 years old, has been national sprint champion, national team pursuit, bronze in the team sprint as well, Harry Ledingham-Horn. There's Jason Kenny, so Jason Kenny, and he's one of the Great Britain sprint coaches. Just having a word there with Matthew Richardson. We'll just update you because we've had an official communication, and I'll read it word for word. They always read UCI communications word for word. So rider 113, Matthew Richardson, recorded a time of 9.041 in the 200 meters, which was originally acknowledged as a new world record. After review of the video footage, the world record cannot be confirmed by the UCI due to the last meters of the 200-meter distance being ridden off the track on the safety zone. It's a shame, it's a big shame, but as we say, the Côte d'Azur, which is the blue band at the bottom of the track, is not part of the racing line of the track.
Yeah, so you're having to stay on the black line there, but I'm sure he can take confidence in that he's done that great time, and I'm sure he'll be able to replicate that somewhere else as well.
Definitely. So Richardson and Ledingham-Horn. So just getting some height now. Harry Ledingham-Horn going for the long one here. This is the tactic that he's employing. He's going to come round here with 1 lap to go. Harry Ledingham-Horn launches himself into the 200-meter line, but Matthew Richardson into the slipstream in the back straight. Harry Ledingham-Horn's got to fight something extra here up towards the line. Richardson takes that one, but Lauren, bold strategy there for Harry Ledingham-Horn going long.
Yeah, and he's racing great. It's especially as you're approaching someone sometimes where Matty's got lots of experience, Olympic medals and stuff. It can be quite daunting, so it's good to see Harry coming in and actually racing the race, not being a passenger, and he's very quick as well. So yeah, it was a great race, but Matty's just so much power seated, so he's able to come round at the end there.
But you've also got to, whenever you come into a match like that, it doesn't matter who your opponent is.
Yeah.
You've got to have the confidence that you can win, don't you?
Yeah, and neither of these boys would be here if they weren't good enough to be there. They've both ridden extremely well to get to the final. So yeah, it's all about confidence, especially coming to this next one. Harry's just got a ride similar to how he did there.
We're going to go back to the women's Omnium and the elimination race. One of my favourite races.
Yeah, I like this one. It's easier to know what's going on as well, not different parts around the track.
So the elimination race, if you're new to track cycling, you are watching the back of the race for the most part. These are your standings going into race 3. Lisa van Belle of the Netherlands is at the top, 2 points ahead of Anita Stenberg with Uchino, then Valgen and Wollaston, Mendoza, all the way down to Lowe in 20th spot there. Lowe from Switzerland with 12 points. It is all to play for in this. Erin Grace Crichton there of Ireland is in 21st position. The riders will make their way out onto the track. I'll just run you through who you are watching here in the Omnium if you are just joining us for the first time today. So Lisa van Belle representing the Netherlands. She is in the orange colours. We have Suyaki Uchino from Japan in the white colours. We have Ali Wollaston there in the rainbow jersey as the world champion. Helene Hesters here in the blue of Belgium. We have Anita Baimer from Italy in the famous blue colours of Italy. For Czechia in the white blue with the red and white stripes, you have Petra Sevchikova. We have Eva Anguela Yaguez from Spain. Maeve Plouffe in the white with the green and gold bands for Australia. Helen Hurlen-Klinger in the red and white of Denmark. Olga Vankiewicz of Poland, the mainly white kit with the red stripes from Poland. We have Erin Grace Crichton in the green of Ireland. Aurora Pernalay in the blue of France. She has the pink helmet as well, I believe, does the French rider. You've got Anita Stenberg. You saw her in the colours of Norway, mainly red with the so red, white and blue of Norway. Valeria Valganen in that very light skin suit, light coloured skin suit, light blue for the independent athletes. Yareli Acevedo Mendoza in the white and the green and red colours of Mexico. Elzbieta Bachikova of Slovakia. We have Lau Jiali in the red and yellow colours of China. Daniela Campos is in the colours of Portugal, the white with the red and green. We have Le Shiving from Hong Kong. They are riding in blue. We've got Olivia Balasaita of Lithuania in the red, yellow, green and blue colours. Beth Ingram in the stars and stripes of the USA. Lorena Lowe from Switzerland in the red and white. Nafosat Kozieva in the blue, white and green of Uzbekistan, and Ngare Baraklov in the red and white of Canada. That is who you are watching in action in the women's Omnium. Have you had a chance to get in and enjoy some elimination races?
I've done one, but it was we did it with the I think Academy Endurance girls, but this was kind of when I was like newer to cycling, so I made the mistake of I was like, oh, there's so much space at the bottom, like because everyone was going up the track, so I squeezed down, and then obviously I got boxed in and I was out first. So, but no, I would love to do an elimination. I think I would just have to find one that's a bit slower for me to.
It's choosing your tactics in the elimination, isn't it? Because there is that point where you either go big and ride at the front, and you ride in that left, that sort of line right at the bottom of the track, which means you can just dictate to everyone around you.
Yeah.
Or you go for what was traditionally sort of the Laura Kenny tactic of riding at the back and trying to pick everyone off in front of you. But you've got to be so aware as well. If you can go into the back straight near the front and come round and you're eliminated.
Yeah, especially if you're on the black, you don't have anywhere to go, so all the riders do a sprint above you and you're unfortunately stuck down there.
You just don't want to get pinned in. You've got to be very aware. Our Japanese rider, Suyako Uchino, is looking good in this Omnium so far. That gives you a good view there of the handlebars of Uchino and the rest of the endurance riders on the track. So the position, Anita Stenberg takes up the position at the front. Daniela Campos just moving up on the inside for Portugal. Sevchikova of Czechia comes through to the front. You can see Anita Stenberg wants that front position. Low of Switzerland, Kozieva, Crichton. There, the gunfires. We are off and racing. We will keep an eye on the back of the bunch. Campos of Portugal will have to be careful here. Bell lap this time. Hesters of Belgium. Ingram of the USA has got to be careful here, Lauren, as we go down the back straight. The rider for me, though, is, I think, the rider from Hong Kong on the inside, who's got to be really aware here. The rush comes over the top, and it is our rider from Uzbekistan. It is rider number 44. So Nafisat Kozieva, we picked her out as a rider that was living dangerously. If you've never seen the elimination race, we always also traditionally in track cycling, we used to call it the devil takes the hindmost. So you play an interesting game at the back. The Canadian and the Belgian Hesters here, Barraclough and Hesters, are just picking off riders in front of them. Ingram's got to be careful for the USA.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately that might be her out there, but it's like you said, you know, people take different tactics, so we can see Helena from Belgium, she obviously likes to go at the back, kind of sprint around people at the end. So
Beth Ingram of the USA is eliminated. Just on the inside with 1 lap to go into the sprint. Our rider from Hong Kong has got to be careful down the back straight, as Sevchikova on the inside of Czechia might just run out of room on the inside as we come round. Just go over the top. Little sprint, it might just be too late though. Li Shewing will see if it was her that was eliminated. She's gone all the way up round the outside. So elimination. So it didn't look like they had an elimination that time. So they waved the flag. Elimination this time. Ali Wollaston's got to be really careful here, Lauren, but she finds her way through. Barraclough of Canada's also got to be mindful of this. So coming up towards the line, Campos comes up.
Yeah, because when you're at the black like Ali is there, you're kind of hoping that people come out of the sprinters lane a bit so you can move up, but it's quite a risky place to be.
Barraclough of Canada is eliminated. They'll get the bell this time. Sevchikova has taken up the front position. Stenberg does the same. Balasaita of Lithuania is just trying to pick some riders up on the inside, but she's just got to make sure that she doesn't get boxed here. Pernalay of France has got to go over the top. Ooh, could be on the inside, our rider from Slovakia. Yeah, it was Alzbeta Bachikova of Slovakia. It's so easy to be comfortable in a position and you just get swamped.
Yeah, you have to just be so aware of those around you, and if you're coming into close to the last sprint, you need to be getting your elbows out and trying to get out of the box that you're in.
It is, it's sharpen your elbows time. So Pernalay there, Balasaita of Lithuania, right at the bottom of the track. You've got to be really careful here. And it might be the French rider that's eliminated. It looks like it is. Aurora Pernalay of France is eliminated. So Liu of China, Stenberg getting shuffled back. The experience here of Anita Stenberg, she won't want to stay in that position, the Norwegian. So Liu Jiali of China now has a glance back. We saw a little cheeky glance there from the Chinese rider. Crichton of Ireland's got to be careful here. She's got to find her way through. So round to the line. And she does. Could be Petra Sevchikova that's eliminated, and it is. It's our Czech rider, Petra Sevchikova, that gets eliminated, and Erin Beth Crichton has moved herself right up to the front. You get kind of one scare, don't you? And then you get yourself up to the front if you've got the legs.
Yeah, and I think that's why as well, when you're at the bottom, you need to make sure, because the bunch keeps moving around. So as we saw, the Irish rider there was at the back, and now she's at the front. So you just need to make sure that you're not the one on the black at the back as well.
Lisa Van Bell, of our leader from the Netherlands, was further back than she thought she was there. Oh, Maeve Plouffe might be in trouble there for Australia. Oh, was Maeve Plouffe. Tried to find some space just in front of her. We saw everyone just having a sketchy moment on the Côte d'Azur there as well. Uchino of Japan, Wollaston at the back as well. So Uchino, so some of our high-place riders here and our world champion towards the back. So Siaki Uchino has got to try and pick off some riders in front of her if she can, but she's not able to. So that's an early exit from her. She was sitting high going into this race. So looking around the back of the group, Stenberg of Norway, so experienced. She can just pick off those riders in front of her. Beimer is there, Van Kiewicz. Crichton on the inside is the rider for me that's looking in trouble at the moment. She might just run out of track here. She's got to find some room.
This could be the Irish rider there.
So Erin Grace Crichton, saw her just going into turn 3 there, Lauren. She was just a little bit too far towards the back. Anguilla of Spain, got to be careful. Liu Jiali of China. We know how experienced Stenberg is. She'll just pick riders off in front of her. Liu Jiali of China. Got to find her way through here. Hesters of Belgium as we get to the line. If they rush the front.
Close there.
Super close. I think Hesters might have just... Oh, she didn't. Helena Hesters is eliminated. So there is a photo finish right on the line. They can pick it. And you always, you're in denial as a track rider, aren't you, in elimination? You're like, no, it definitely wasn't me.
Yeah, it comes down to such finest margins as well. So it's difficult to know if it is you or not.
So Li Shiwing of Hong Kong, Low of Beimer of Italy, and Balasaita and Low of Switzerland are going to be the riders that all...
Oh, a bit tumble there.
What a save as well. It was so tight, and she was just trying to find Lorena Low of Switzerland. You're kind of just trying to fit into a pocket that doesn't exist, aren't you?
Yeah, but then you have riders kind of squeezing down a little bit as well, so it can be a bit sketchy, but luckily everyone stayed up there.
Yeah, what a save of the day as well so far from Lorena Low. Looking towards the back, Jali on the inside. Balasaita might be the rider here from Lithuania, and Beimer of Italy that could be in trouble. It is the rider from Lithuania, Olivia Balasaita, that is eliminated. You're always just trying to pick out those riders that are going into turn 3, that's sort of in the middle of the bunch, but you know, might get pinned. Ali Wollaston has the front. Lisa Van Bell, after an early, you would say early scare where she had to come around the outside, has picked that front position. Anita Stenberg goes around the outside. Lee of Hong Kong trying to move up. Or it might be Jia on the inside of China. It is. Namatan Liu Jiali of China is eliminated. So we go down to Hong Kong, Portugal, Mexico. Our independent athlete, Norway, Poland, Denmark, Spain, Italy, New Zealand, and the Netherlands are still in there. Ureli Acevedo of Mexico's got to be careful. Ali Wollaston here, Lauren's got to find a way round.
Yep. She seems to be in a bit of danger now, but we'll see if she manages to close this gap.
So Wollaston trying to get the rush round the outside. It might mean a rider just gets caught, and Lee's luck runs out for Hong Kong. Oh, Beimer goes down. Well, Beimer of Italy, unfortunately, has gone down. She's up on her feet, though. She's bounced straight back up. So the yellow flag is out. And Anita Beimer here of Italy, she's going to get a new bike. And this as well, Lauren, shows the guts, the determination, and how tough you trackies are.
Yeah, especially had a fall then, she's straight back up, ready to carry on with the race. So very tough girls, but I guess this is part of the racing, isn't it?
So we'll just have a replay here on the screen. So just gets squeezed, you saw there, clip bars, went down, managed to avoid Lee, slides down the track, bounces straight back up and back into the bunch here. You can see her almost hanging on to try and avoid everyone else below her.
But she seems to be back now in the bunch and ready to go again.
Impressive riding from the Italian. She gets herself back in there. And again, you just get that big spike of adrenaline, don't you? Ureli Acevedo of Mexico takes that opportunity to just drop down and get straight up towards the front of the bunch. It's the world champion, Ali Wollaston, that makes the move. We get one lap and then we will be off and racing again. Acevedo moves up on the inside for the second time here. Interesting tactics, just ducking and diving a little bit.
Yeah, I guess there's a chance when it's races neutralised to get into a better position.
So Lisa van Bel on the front for the Netherlands. Daniela Campos of Portugal just trying to find her way out, trying not to get pinned on the inside of Anguela Yaguez of Spain. We're going to get the bell this time into the sprint as Beimer of Italy tries to come over the top, so trying to come through, and Valeria Valganen just trying to hold her high. Can the Italian find her way through after picking herself up off the track? You just don't want her to get eliminated on the next sprint. It comes through, she managed to just take it. Could be close, let's see how they call that one. Spain, so she does. Eva Anguela is eliminated, and I think for Anita Beimer there, you just didn't want her to get eliminated by straight away.
Yeah, she did good there to, you know, she's dusted herself back off and she's back right in this race.
And it looks like it might just be a few laps too far for the Italian as she comes around. Anita Beimer of Italy rolls through, but huge respect to her for going down and then bounces straight back up onto the track.
Yeah.
We go into our next elimination. So Campos, Van Bel, Wollaston, Vankiewicz, Klinger, Acevedo, Stenberg and Valganen are our riders that are still left. Daniela Campos on the front here, but towards the back, Valganen's got to be careful. Dane Klinger has got to find her way through if she can. She doesn't manage to. So number 14 from Denmark, Helen Holland Klinger, is eliminated. So we are down to, in the orange from the Netherlands is Lisa van Bel. In the rainbow jersey of world champion is Ali Wollaston of New Zealand. In the red and white, in third line is Olka Vankiewicz of Poland. In the red, white and blue colours of Norway, Anita Stenberg. Valeria Valganen in the light blue of the AIN, Yareli Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico. Daniela Campos of Portugal also there. The elimination, it looks like the luck runs out for Valganen. Valeria Valganen, the neutral athletes, is eliminated. Looking at this one now, Lauren, as we go on, we've got 4 more eliminations. Who's your money on in this one? I know it's tough to call.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know, really. It's kind of whoever's still got the sprint in them, I guess. You know, they've been going for a wee bit of time now, and it's just who's alert, got the sprint on them. So I think now we've got
Campos on the inside. Wollaston, Van Bel, Campos comes up. Could be the Portuguese rider that goes out this time, number 37. It is Daniela Campos of Portugal goes out, because what we've got to remember is the earlier you get eliminated in this race, the less points you get in the Omnium.
Yeah, so you want to stay in obviously as long as you can, so these girls have done well so far. But the more, even just an extra sprint that you hold on for could be the difference between medals.
So it's Van Bel in the orange, Wollaston in the rainbow jersey, Acevedo on the outside, Vankiewicz of Poland, the red and white, Stenberg is there, Van Bel has got to be careful here on the inside. Just might be the rider that gets edged out there. It is Lisa van Bel. Goes out. So I would think she would have wanted a couple placings more, I think, the Dutch rider. We are down to 4. 2 more eliminations. You have New Zealand, Poland, Norway and Mexico. Acevedo loves an elimination. We saw her win the elimination here earlier on in the week. Olga Vankiewicz, the European under-23 Omnium champion, with the world Omnium champion on the outside. Acevedo coming up on the outside. It might be Vankiewicz this time. The Polish rider, it looks like it is. It's number 36, so the under-23 Euro champ is eliminated. So we are down to Mexico, New Zealand and Norway. This is going to be tough to call.
Yeah, especially quite difficult now, but you see they're using a bit of height on the track, kind of watching each other.
Final elimination, Wollaston on the back. Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico gets some height. Stenberg is there, Ali Wollaston wants to make no mistake here, drops down the track. Anita Stenberg accelerates from Norway. Acevedo trying to come over the top here of Anita Stenberg. This is going to be a throw to the line between these two, and it looks like the Mexico rider comes through and takes that one. Ali Wollaston takes a glance back over the shoulder. That is the final elimination. We are down to 2. It is Ali Wollaston, the world champion. Yareli Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico goes for a long one here, leads it out quick. Wollaston gets some height. Mendoza at the front. Acevedo and Wollaston drops down the back straight. Ali Wollaston, the world champion, puts some meters and some distance between her and Yareli Acevedo. It is the world champ who takes the elimination race, and with it, maximum points. Another battle, another great performance though from Yareli Acevedo.
Yeah, it was great from all the riders really, and I think Ali showing there at the end just her experience in the elimination race there.
And does her overall chance here in the Nations Cup no harm at all. 40 maximum points. That is race 3 over in the women's Omnium, because now we get into the points race. So when we get to the next race, all of the points that you score in the points race are added to the tally that you already have going in.
Yeah, and that's why it's been so important for the consistency across these 3 races. You know, you want to go into the points race giving yourself the biggest chance possible.
And there you have it. There's your result. Ali Wollaston from Yareli Acevedo Mendoza, Anita Stenberg, Vankiewicz, Van Baal, Campos, Valgan and Klinger, Baima, Anguela, Yaguayas of Spain, your top 10. Li from Hong Kong, Liu from China, Balasaite, Liu, Hestes, Crichton, Bacino, Plouffe, Sevchikova and Pernale, your top 20. And then we had Bashikova, Baraklov, Ingram and Kozieva down to 24th position. So the women's Omnium is still very much to play for, you would say, here on the final day of the UCI Track Nations Cup. Your standings with the points race to come look like this. So Yvonne Stenberg with 106, Lisa Van Baal with 104, Ali Wollaston up to 3rd with 92, Valganen with 90, Acevedo in 4th position there. For me, looking at that elimination, Acevedo from Mexico is the danger rider, I think, with the points. I don't know if you would agree.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to have to make sure they're aware of all those riders going into the points, not making sure that they don't let any get too big, you know, getting laps and scooping all the points up. But I think now we're going on to the men's sprint. So it's ride 2 coming up. So we'll have Ryan Halal and Lee Hoffman for the bronze ride coming up.
So we had Ryan Halal take the first heat, Lee Hoffman in the second heat. If you're Lee Hoffman, how are you going to approach this next heat?
I'm sure they'll have gone back with his coach, kind of looked at the ride and seen maybe some slight mistakes he made and how to better Ryan Halal in this race. But, you know, it was close on the line, 0.09 between it. So I think, you know, it's going to be quite a tight race.
And they have it. There's the men's Madison results. So Spain did take it with 94 points to the Netherlands 91. Belgium took bronze with 69. Great Britain, France, New Zealand, Portugal, United States, Australia, Austria, your top 10. Down through the standings, Switzerland had 10 points, Canada had 4, and then Italy, Denmark, Czechia, Hong Kong, China, and Indonesia, your top 18 with Hong Kong and Indonesia not finishing in the Madison. So a good win. That it was a really entertaining Madison as well.
Yeah, impressive from Spain. They knew exactly what they were doing and they executed a great race.
A little replay here of the women's elimination, and big respect to our Italian Anita Baima. The way she saved that as well, the way she got up and carried on. But the ducking and diving between these two at the end. But Ali Wollaston is looking good.
Yeah, she's got a great sprint on her as well, so I think that helps to win that last bit of the elimination, and it'll definitely help her in the points race.
And there must be something special about your rainbow jersey in your event, because you don't get to wear them a huge amount when you win these jerseys.
Especially this year, there's only one Nations Cup, which is this one here, so she won't get to ride it at another one. So make the most of it while she's got it.
Definitely. And we've got those world champs to come later on in the year in Chile. But let's move our attentions back to the men's sprint finals and our ride for the bronze between Rayan Halal of France and Lee Hoffman of Australia. So Rayan Halal will be looking to get the job done and take the bronze medal in 2 rides. Lee Hoffman will be looking to level proceedings and take it to a decider. Matt Crampton, the British coach, with the Australian team. Great sprinter as well in his own right.
Yeah, Matt was one of my first coaches actually when I did my talent transfer. He was very good.
He was a very tactical sprinter, Matt Crampton. He was as well, he was always a very entertaining rider to watch.
So Lee's definitely in good hands there.
Hoffman leading off. Do you, as Lee Hoffman here, looking at the way Rayan Halal approached that one, he's been very, very slow in his approaches. For Hoffman, would you be looking to maybe go a little bit longer, take the speed up earlier to Halal, looking at how it's gone so far?
I think he could probably still ride it fairly slow. I think Lee rides quite well from 1. When I've been watching him at the race today, he seems to be really strong from the front, so you know this might play in his favour.
So just rolling rounds, looking to try and drop in to that track stand. Just a little glance forward, drops down. And you just little shimmies, little feints that you've got to like throw into your opponent here. Halal gets some height. This is what Hoffman's got to be careful of Rayan Halal really getting the run on it, because he's really getting on top of that gear now.
Yeah.
Back straight, Halal gets some height. Hoffman's got to answer, but he doesn't want to open the double doors wide and let the Frenchman in. He's just dived down. Hoffman now wants some height, but he's opened the doors, and Halal won't need a second invitation to take that one up into the back straight now. Rayan Halal has the speed. Hoffman tucked down. He knows he's done. He knows he's beaten. Rayan Halal comes through, takes the bronze medal. Phenomenal ride there. Lee Hoffman, unfortunately, he held the door open and he gave him a beer as he walked through. Yeah,
that was good from Halal there. He saw the opportunity, he took the inside, and especially that close to the end of the race, it's not great if the inside gets taken. So that was great tactics from Halal there.
Nice sprint between them. So Rayan Halal takes the bronze medal in 2 rides. As we will move our attention back to the ride for gold and silver. It's the $1 million question here, but how does Harry Ledingham-Horn approach this? Looking at the first ride, because he was close. You know, he went long. Matt Richardson's got that explosive late power, hasn't he?
Yeah. I guess it's a difficult ask, but Harry's good in his own right, so he's just got to make sure that he's, like Halal did there, looking for opportunities to dive under and just give it his best, I guess. But no, I think this should be a good race to watch.
So Harry Ledingham-Horn, this Hope bike, this British bike, what is it like to ride?
Yeah, it's good actually, to be fair. It's heavier than like the bikes we've had previously. So I used to be on the UKSI bike, so it's heavier, but it's very stiff, and it's very aero as well, which is helpful. So this is actually a new bike for Harry. He has been on a BT before, so he's been upgraded to the Hope now.
And Matt Richardson, he's got a very interesting bar setup as well, Matt Richardson.
Yeah, I think from working the tunnel, those were the most aerodynamic for Matty.
So rolling away, Harry Ledingham-Horn has the front.
It's a lot quicker as well compared to the previous ride we watched.
Rolling away, a bit more speed early on. Matt Richardson, though, has great endurance as well. He's not the sort of rider that you can go long and try and wear down.
No, because we've seen him, he's been P2 in the team sprint and P3, but saying that Harry is also the P3, so he has got good length as well. So they're quite, I guess, similar as riders.
And will know each other inside out as well from training together over the last 6 months or so. Harry Ledingham-Horn on the front, accelerating, looking back over the shoulder. Richardson, though, not letting Harry Ledingham-Horn get any kind of gap here, but Ledingham-Horn out of the saddle. 1 lap to go this time. Richardson just swinging up and down behind him, gets some height here. Harry Ledingham-Horn opens the door, but Richardson's got to come the long way round. Harry Ledingham-Horn battling back. Can he battle all the way though? They come up to the line, and it goes to Matthew Richardson in 2 straight rides. That was a beautiful match though, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's great to watch, and you know, Matty raced that perfectly. He did exactly what he needed to do, but also Harry put a great effort in there. And it's good for the future as well for him. You know, I think we're going to definitely be seeing him more at these international races. And a silver medal, I think this could be I think it might be his first Nations Cup as well, or definitely first one doing individuals. That's great for him to take back home.
Yeah. And as well, medals are special wherever you win medals, surely.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he can, it's great. Silver medal, going back with him it's fantastic. And a PB in this flying effort.
That's something as well that I think we need to celebrate more in track cycling, is your PBs. And it's something I think that we should. I've been trying to collect, and they change, but I think it's in athletics, that's your, in track and field, it's something that's really celebrated. I was watching the European Indoor Championships last week, and it's something that's really celebrated in track and field. And I don't know if you'd agree that I think we need to make more of that, especially for some of the smaller nations and the emerging nations, that you may come in and you may qualify, you may finish 16th, but you may have gone half a second or a second quicker. Yeah, definitely.
I guess in athletics you'll have the PB and season's best on the screen, and I think it just gives, some riders in here, they'll be fairly new to the sport. This might be their first Nations Cup, and it might seem them going, I don't know, say the females, maybe 10-7 might put them kind of closer to the back end of the group, but that might be a huge PB for them, which, it's all great. So it's all individual how you're going, and, in a couple of years that might be them. They might get that back down to a low 10, and they might be the ones we're watching out for in the medal ride-offs.
Yeah, because you've got a lot of riders as well that are sort of coming out of the junior ranks as well, and they're taking their first step into the elite ranks.
Yeah, there's lots of different people. People talent transferring across. We've got younger riders, like you said, and we've got really experienced riders, so it's a big mix. I think that's what makes exciting racing.
I mean, riders that you'd sort of pick out as we go into the women's keirin, Makira Wallace from Trinidad and Tobago, who took medals at the World Junior Championships last year. She's a first-year elite as well, and it's sort of those young riders. And Trinidad and Tobago has got such a rich history in track sprinting as well. So it's sort of all those sort of youngsters that as well from all the different nations that's really going to be exciting to watch, I think, into LA.
And I think as you come into racing at international level, it's just so different to racing nationally. So it's quite a big step up. So it's great that they're actually here and they're doing so well. It's really impressive, because even you'll have things like maybe nationally keirins might be a wee bit slower, and then you come to an international and the time the bike goes off, it might be flat out. So it's learning how to ride that, and your tactics have to change slightly, and it's just all the experience they can gather will be so beneficial for them.
We move on to the women's keirin, and it is the ride-off here for the 7th to 12th places. So we have in the colours of the Netherlands, we have Hetty van der Waal, who's in the orange. Her fellow countrywoman, Steffi van der Peet, is in her European Champions jersey. In the red and white at the bottom of the track, you've got Malena Kovacka from Poland. You have Miriam Vecce from Italy. In the colours here of Germany is Leah Sophie Friedrich, and for Canada, Lorient Gineste. The gun fires. They will take up their positions on the back of the bike. We had Marie Kwame with us earlier, so we heard her favoured position on the keirin. This is one of your events. You're an incredible keirin rider as well. What's your favourite tactics in the keirin, or do they change ride by ride?
Yeah, they kind of do change. It obviously depends. Are you trying to, in a semi-final, you're trying to get top 3, or who's in the race will kind of change it a bit. But I mainly just try go into each race thinking I'm going to go in with confidence and make sure that I'm not a passenger in the race and I actually do something productive. I think it's always, if you lose, that's okay, but I'd rather lose coming off thinking I gave everything there rather than kind of not doing much, I guess. But Yeah, it kind of just depends, really. And similarly, like, people have different preference of where they sit behind the bike. Some people prefer to be at the front. Some people like to be closer to the back.
So winding it up is Kavaka on the back of the bike. But the 7th, 12th ride-off as well, it's still a race. You still want to win it, even if it's for 7th place.
Yeah, and you can see with the level of the girls here, like, this could be the 1 to 6 final. You know, there's so many great hitters here.
Got the European champion, Steffi van der Peyt. Leah Sophie Friedrich moves up for Germany. Kavaka on the front. Van der Peyt doesn't want to get boxed in here. So Leah Sophie Friedrich over the top. And Miriam Vecce coming through for Italy. Vecce, such an experienced sprinter. Here comes Jeanette from Canada over the top and from the back. But it's 1 lap to go now. Leah Sophie Friedrich at the front. Laurent Jeunesse comes through for Canada over the top. This is your fight out for 7th to 12th places. And Lauren Bell alongside me said this could have been a final at this one, but so Leah Sophie Friedrich coming up the inside. Van der Peyt over the top, throws the bike at the line. It's Leah Sophie Friedrich that takes it. Photo finish between Van der Peyt and Jeunesse for the 3rd place.
Yeah,
Good match.
Yeah, that was a great ride. I think you saw Leah there. She's controlling the race. She got to the front, and she's great when she gets going. She doesn't really drop off much, so she was able to hold off and get to that black line, just Tri-State Edo, and yeah, she did well there.
She's another Keirin rider as well, though, that she's got great endurance, Leah Friedrich. She can go really long when she needs to.
Yeah, and you know, she's usually the P3 in the team sprint, so you know, we know she's got great length, and yeah, she's a very good rider, so you got to make sure in a Keirin that you're not letting her get too far ahead, because you'll probably struggle to get round her.
So Leah Sophie Friedrich takes it from Steffi van der Peyt, Laurent Jeunesse, Marlena Kavaka coming in there, just ahead of Miriam Vecce and Hetty van der Vaal. We're going to move on to our gold, silver and bronze medal ride. And we have Elena Lysenko running under the independent athletes banner, Huan Li-Ying, the new 200-meter flying 200 world record holder. We've got Veronika Jabornikova of Czechia, Mathilde Gros of France. We've got Clara Schneider of Germany and Mina Sato from Japan. So really interesting mix of riders in here, showing some big form going into, you know, going into things like Pan Am Games, coming off the back of Euros and Asia Championships and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a big mix of riders. You know, we've got the world champion there with Mina Sato.
Mina Sato, the world champion, she took that last year ahead of Hetty van der Vaal and Katie Marchant. When we were in the Olympics, it was Alessandros, Hetty van der Vaal and Emma Finucane. The recent Keirin, Steffi van der Peyt, Brianne Edmonds, Hetty van der Vaal. Alina Lysenko is 4th at the Keirin at the Euros. There's the world champion, the rainbow jersey. As I've said, it's such an important moment for cycling to have the men's and women's Keirin champions from Japan.
Yeah, it's huge, and it must be great as, you know, you win and then seeing your teammate win as well. It's such like a great experience to have that together. So we'll see if she can pull out a good performance here to win this Keirin.
Huan Li-Ying here of China. To me, she looks like she's really geared up from the individual sprint yesterday and from that flying 200.
Yeah, definitely, and she's actually I think she's 19 if I'm correct, so she's a young rider as well, but incredible form yesterday.
So we roll away. Mathilde Gros here from France. Mathilde, after she won her world title, there was, well, like Marie Kwame, who we had earlier, both of them, the eyes of the world went immediately at them. Marie won her, she was very young when she won her world title, but Mathilde Gros, she's had so much pressure and expectation. You've got to, you know, that expectation of delivering time and time again every championship. Yeah,
there's a lot of pressure, and I think especially having a home Olympics, you know, there's a lot of eyes on them, but I think it's nice Mathilde always seems to be smiling. So she's a really lovely girl, and she seems to always be enjoying herself, so it's nice to see.
And that is part of your process, is to enjoy it. You've got to love this, haven't you? You've got to love what you do.
Well, yeah, it makes training easier as well. You know, training's quite difficult, and if you're enjoying yourself, it makes it that wee bit easier that you can keep pushing on. But here we see there's quite an early attack from Clara Schneider.
Durney pulls off. Mathilde Gros on the inside. Huan Huan Liying just trying to ride the speed here. Matilda Groh out of the saddle. Huan Liying going long here, the Chinese rider. Clara Schneider, so Huan Liying here wanting to dictate the pace on the front with 2 laps to go. This is a long one, Laura.
Yeah, the pace is really high, so if you're at the back of the race now, it's quite difficult to get over now.
1 lap to go. Huan Liying on the inside. Matilda Groh comes over the top here. Tries to accelerate down the back straight. It's the French rider. But Jabornikova trying to get on terms, but out of the final turn. Matilda Groh, France, comes through and takes it at that front position on the Derny. Huan Liying went long, but the experience there of the French rider, so patient. She knew she had that latent speed.
Yeah, because you need to be careful sometimes when the riders go. You can't just automatically follow because you've still got, what, 2.5 laps to go. So Matilda, that was perfect timing for her. She knew she had the legs and it was great. And also good to see Veronica from Czech Republic. That was a really great ride from her.
Was indeed. So Matilda Groh, world champion in the sprint in 2022. Congratulations from the world champion Mina Sato. And there you have it, gold goes to France and Matilda Groh. Veronika Jabornikova, great ride by the rider from Czechia to take the silver. Mina Sato, the world champion, takes the bronze. Finally, Clara Schneider and Alina Lysenko are rest of our placings. Great Kieran. Gutsy move from the Chinese rider to go long, but that was long.
Yeah.
Against this sort of company.
Yeah, but you know, it's good she did something, she tried to do it, and you know, it's kind of the rule with 1.5 laps to go in a Keirin, you need to be at the top half of the race, because once the pace gets going, it's really hard to come from the back and get over everyone. So, you know, she made the move, and unfortunately it didn't work this time, but no, it was great racing. But
Matilda Groh as well, looking really strong. As you said, this is the only kind of Nations Cup, so I imagine, behind Schneider and Lysenko just coming together there. The judges will have a bit of a look at that one. But for you, all of you as sprinters, as a kind of collective, it's now between now and the Worlds, I imagine.
Yeah, and this is the last major race. You know, this is the only Nations Cup, so now there's just lots of people. I mean, we've got Pan Ams, but for lots of nations now, they're just back into training, get a big block of strength, and then, yeah, getting fresh for the World Champs.
And if you've got no major championships, and I imagine within the Great Britain team, it's quite, to say it's quite competitive is probably the understatement of the century. But, you know, how do they, is then everything done from training and numbers and all that kind of thing to who's going best when you haven't got any big competitions?
Yeah, definitely, because we've obviously got a lot of the girls, like Emma Finucane, for example, so she's obviously came off a great, you know, Olympics and Worlds, and you won't just be like, oh, she didn't go to this race. So, yeah, they'll keep an eye at how everyone's going in training. We might have like a little internal hit out, for example, but yeah, we've got a great strength and depth in Britain. I think we could probably make, maybe like 3 team sprints, and they're all pretty good as well. So it's good to have those girls around to train with them and keep pushing each other on, so can't get complacent, that's for sure.
And as well, that must be nice to just swap in and out of the different combos, because we see you go to different championships, whether it's the Europeans or the Worlds and that kind of thing, and you're able to just kind of all drop in with sort of ease. Do you try, especially with things like team sprint, do you try different combos in training? Do they play around with that?
Try a lot of different combos, different positions, and I think the main benefit as well is that, you know, myself, Laurie Thomas and Rhian Edmonds are here, and it gives the other girls a chance to get back into training. So it's, because obviously you need to get like the big blocks of training, and you can't just be going everywhere and racing, so it's actually quite beneficial to have that ability to change, and yeah, it's best of both worlds. But yeah, it's nice to come away and race, definitely.
And also, it's we're going to go down and hear from our Madison champions. Let's go right down and hear from them now.
Yes, congratulations, you are winner of the men's Madison race here, Konya, UCI Track Nations Cup. How did it feel to win?
I'm super happy to be back on the podium with Mora and enjoying the moment.
And how do you evaluate impact of team synergy on your success?
I think the race is very hard, but the team Holland and Belgium attack in the middle of the race. But in the last part, it's very, very hard. Albert with me attack very strong for the win the last sprint, and it's very close for the first position and second position. But it's very happy for the win in this track.
What would you say about your strategies, especially your tactics during the exchanges?
The reality is the first part it's more nervous for Albert with me. It's 3 weeks ago we only study in the university, no good training, and no training together the tactic for the change the Madison. But in the first part I was nervous, but later speak in the race every time in the change and attack in the last part. Every change is more better. The feeling is good, and last it's okay. And hey, Albert, attack and continue. It's the tactic is too much different, but finally for the win it's nice.
Congratulations again.
Thanks, guys. What a victory! We've kept up all evening. I'm gonna, with the women's points race to come. I'm gonna bid Lauren Bell goodbye. But thank you so much for your insight, your energy. You have got a long cycling career ahead of you. But when that's done, will you come back and be a co-commentator?
Yeah, it's been good actually. I mean, I enjoy talking, so might not be able to shut me up, but yeah, it's been great.
Oh, brilliant. Safe travels home. We wish you luck for the rest of the year. So we will let Lauren go, and we will bring you through your Madison ceremony. So the riders just down there. So it did take a little while just to do the numbers for the Madison. But what a Madison we had. I mean, what a performance from Spain in terms of the way they took those laps, the way they approached that one. It was absolutely phenomenal to watch. But they're all down there. We have got one more race to bring you now that our men's sprint has gone in 2 straight rides. So we have just one more race to bring you here at the UCI Track Nations Cup here in Konya in Turkey. It will be the conclusion of today's Omnium with the points race. So we'll keep you track of who is where and what the totals are and what the numbers are doing.
Award ceremony of the Men Elite Madison.
Elit erkekler Madison yarışı ödül töreni.
The medals will be presented by Emin Muftoglu, President of the Turkish Cycling Federation.
Madalyalarını takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Bisiklet Federasyonu Başkanımız Sayın Emin Müftüoğlu.
In third place, representing Belgium, Jules Hesters, Noah van den Branden.
Jules Hesters and Noah van der Branden, the Belgian pairing in the men's Madison. I mean, Mustafa, the Turkish Federation president. I mean, presenting the medals. Successful Nations Cup for
In
Hesters.
second place,
Took the elimination bronze here in the Madison.
Vincent Hoppezak, Yuri Havik.
Vincent Hoppezak, Yuri Havik are our silver medalists. As Lauren Bell said, any medal that you receive in your career is special, and they worked hard for these. They're really nice medals that we've got here in the Nations Cup.
In first place, representing Spain, Sebastian Mora, Albert Torres.
Albert Torres, Sebastian Mora, the experienced Spanish pairing. Absolute perfection, you would say, that Madison, and what a lesson in endurance. 200 laps of the track, and it was just attack after attack after attack in taking those laps. It really was something to behold, so impressive from the Spanish pairing.
Vice President of the Turkish Cycling Federation.
Hedeflerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Bisiklet Federasyonu As Başkanı Sayın
Cengiz, Vice President of the Turkish Cycling Federation, to present the prizes. And there you have it. One more time, Belgium. Jules Hesters and Noah van der Branden. For the Netherlands, jury having Vincent Hoppezak, Albert Torres, Sebastian Mora from Spain, your gold medalists. One more race to go here in Konya, and we expect it to be a big one. The women's Omnium will come to a conclusion. The riders will just be getting themselves ready to roll up onto the track, ready for our Omnium. So we've gone through the scratch where Suyaki Ochino took the victory, then on to our tempo race, 40 points there going to Ureli Acevedo Mendoza, and then on to our elimination race, and 40 points there going to Ali Wollaston. So 20 kilometers, 80 laps, 8 sprints, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer at the sprints. 20 points if you lap the field, you lose 20 points. If you lose a lap, double points on the final sprint. This is the standings. Anita Stenberg at the top with 106, Lisa Van Bell with 104, Ali Wollaston with 92, Valgan and Acevedo Mendoza, Uchina, Baima, Campos, Hesters and Vankiewicz, your top 10. We go down through Yanguela, Liu, Klinger, Lee, Bachikova, Balasaitis, Sevchikova, Plouffe, Ingram and Liu to 26 points in 20th place. And then just outside the top 20, Erin Grace Crichton of Ireland with 19, Navosat Kozieva, Aurora Pernille and Ngare Baraclough, our top 24. So the point standings as they sit there with Anita Stenberg with 106 points. So all of the points that you score in the points race are added to your Omnium tally. So if you're watching the Omnium for the first time, you're familiar with other sports. It's a bit like the heptathlon, the decathlon in track and field. So multi event throughout the day, different races that we have when we get to this points race. So those points that you score in the points race are added to your total. So if you keep lapping the field, as we just saw the Spanish team do in the men's Madison, every time you lap the field, 20 points added to your total. So if you're a rider who's sitting on maybe 60, 70, 80 points, you know, there, as well as those sprints that we have, it's those lap gains that can really catapult you up through the standings. So we always expect a fast and furious and exciting race in the women's Omnium. There is our leader, Anita Stenberg of Norway. Such an experienced rider, European Omnium champion last year. She's the newly crowned European points champion. She won that just a few weeks ago. Bronze medalist in the World Championships in the Omnium. 4 times a European champion is Anita Stenberg. Really experienced track rider. She is up against the likes, though, of Lisa Van Bell. She took a bronze medal last year in the Olympic Madison and comes into this with a gold in the European Madison and a bronze medal in the elimination. The world champion, of course, though, Ali Wollaston, really measures her ride. Probably didn't have the start in the scratch race that she won. She was 13th in the scratch race at the beginning. builds through the races. So we saw her win the elimination and now into the points. This is where we usually see the world champ come into her own. The danger rider that I think, and as we were chatting with Lauren Bell, is Yareli Acevedo Mendoza from Mexico. She's been looking really, really good in these in this Nations Cup so far. So keep an eye on her. Lisa Van Bell as well from the Netherlands. So there's plenty of action. Maeve Plouf's been looking good as well today for Australia. And then those riders that are a little bit further down, like Erin Grace Crichton, to try and move herself up in the standings as well. Beth Ingram eliminated probably a lot earlier than she would have wanted to be in the elimination race. So just run you through your full field here. That's Valeria Valkonen from the riding under the banner of the independent athletes. It's Lisa Van Bell in the orange of the Netherlands, Anita Stenberg in the red, white and blue of Norway, Ali Wollaston in the rainbow jersey as a world champion. Suyaki Uchino is fourth in line, white jersey with the blue shorts, the red band on the shorts, the Japanese flag on the back. Then in the green, red, white and green, Daniela Campos of Portugal. Ellen Hjorling-Klinger in the dark red with the two white stripes from Denmark. The light blue with the black, yellow and red bands for Belgium is Helena Hesters. Yareli Acevedo of Mexico is sat fourth in line here. She has the white jersey, just with the Mexican flag on her back. In the red and white of Poland, big red stripe down with the red shorts, is Olga Vankiewicz. Rolling through to the front in the colours here of Czechia, blue, light blue with the red and white bands. But we've got an attack here from Helena Hesters. We go in this first move here for the Belgian. Campos giving chase and going with Eva Anguela of Spain. Hesters looks up as Ingram tries to come across here for the USA, but Helena Hesters kicks things off. Ingram, Beth Ingram for the USA, about to try and get on here. Lorena Lou of Switzerland swings up the track. Vankiewicz may not want to take this all the way across the gap. Four-rider leading group, no one keen to let this one go at the moment. So just bringing it back together. Helen Hjorling-Klinger, Aurora Pernalay brings it back together, the French rider. So as that move is nullified, Sevchikova goes again for Czechia. Pernalay, Vankiewicz, Lowe and Plouf just making their move off the front. So your standings at the top. We have got 74 laps to go, so they'll see 3 laps to go to the first sprint when they come round this time. Sevchikova, European under-23 scratch champion a few years ago. Hesters and Crichton just trying to come across the gap. The bunch is split. We've got a 5-rider leading group. Mentioned that Maeve Plouf was a rider that you want to watch out for. 2 laps to go into the sprint. Pernalay, Vankiewicz. So Pernalay with that bright orange helmet for France helps to pick her out. Little short turns though from the breakaway group. Lowe of Switzerland is in there. Sevchikova, then Maeve Plouf. They're going to get the bell into the sprint. They look over the shoulder. Sevchikova is right there. Lorena Lowe looking to try and make a move over the top. Stenberg and Wollaston just sitting back in the bunch at the moment. Just let these riders that are maybe just a little bit further down the standings take the points. So Sevchikova takes the points ahead of Maeve Plouf, Pernalay and Vankiewicz. So Petra Sevchikova takes the sprint for Czechia. So Maeve Plouf, there you have it. Confirmation on your screen. Petra Sevchikova, Maeve Plouf, Aurora Pernalay and Olga Vankiewicz. They've got a good gap now. They're over half a lap. Barraclough giving chase for Canada. Ingram and Crichton also trying to come across, but the breakaway group has about half a lap. Barraclough trying to close the gap here for Canada. She may wake it in there. Ingram and Crichton are just off the front of the bunch, but our breakaway group have got the main part of the bunch in their sight here as Barraclough of Canada trying to come across the gap. National under-23 champion in the time trial previously, so good time trial power. Crichton and Ingram, I think, are going to get swept up. Pernalay on the front. The reaction comes from the bunch, but it's sitting at half a lap is our breakaway group. Vankiewicz in the red and white on the front. Hands over to the Swiss rider, also in the red and whites. That's why you're seeing the French riders and you see the Brits, especially in the Madisons and races like that. Just add the bright helmets. Definitely helps in the Madison and things, be able to pick each other out. Plouffe ups the pressure. The pressure just goes out of the bunch. I've just seen Daniela Campos drop down to the bottom of the track. Can they get on here? There's a big lull in the peloton. You can see from that long shot as they sit up, and that breakaway group down to about quarter of a lap. Their disadvantage that they've got to make up here to the bunch as they come into the home straight. They'll see that bunch ahead of them. If there's another lull, if the wind just goes out the sails of the bunch, they could get on here. We've got 3 laps to go into the next sprint, so they may favour just taking that next sprint and then going for the lap gain. Bunch swings up the track. This will play into the hands of the breakaway group. If they get on in that sprint lap, they'll still take the points. So they're almost there. Seeing a reaction on the front of the bunch as Ali Wollaston and Anita Stenberg drop down and up. Ali Wollaston is going for an attack just out of sight. 1 lap to go into the sprint as our breakaway group are about to get on to the back of the bunch. The world champion has made a move to go solo. Uchino of Japan giving chase to the world champ as the breakaway group get on. The lap gain. Great ride from that breakaway group, but as they get on, the reaction to the world champion making a move, you will expect to be evident at the front. So Maeve Plouffe took the 5 for Australia. Lorena Lou of Switzerland takes the 3 for Switzerland. Igari Barraclough takes 2 for Canada, and Petra Sevchikova takes the 1 point for Czechia. Ali Wollaston looks across the track. This is a bold move from the world champion. The standings. Anita Stenberg still at the top. Lisa Van Bell second. Ali Wollaston on 92. We'll see the difference for Maeve Plouffe with 46 points. We'll get when they get their 20 points added to their TUR lead. They want to start moving up into those medal positions, but the world champ has got the back of the bunch in her sights. You can just see her going round into turn 4 now and has got the back of the bunch in her sights. This is a fast lap gain here from Ali Wollaston and no reaction from the bunch. Her nearest rivals in this one as Ali Wollaston now eats up the gap between herself and the bunch. Some reactions on the front. Barraclough of Canada goes, but Ali Wollaston, phenomenal lap gain for the New Zealander and the world champ, and does it quickly. She will expect now Ali Wollaston to just take a minute, take a breath, recover and move up to the front. We've had 20 points confirmation for Maeve Plouffe, Ingari Barraclough, Petra Sevchikova, Aurora Pernalay, Olga Vankiewicz and Lorena Lou. We will get that 20 points on the board there. There's the confirmation on the board of Ali Wollaston, who now puts herself into the lead with that lap gain. 112 points now for the world champ. The head of the race is now back at the front of the bunch. Your standings. Ali Wollaston now in the gold medal position as Helena Hesters attacks for Belgium. Anita Stenberg second for Norway with 106. Lisa Van Bell third with 104 points. As Ali Wollaston starts to make her move through towards the front of the bunch. Maeve Plouffe has now moved herself up to 10th. Sevchikova up to 8th with 66 points. So So that lap gain for them is really paying dividends. 1 lap to go into the next sprint. Lisa Van Bell comes over the top of Helen Kjolen-Klinger, making a move up towards the front. Valeria Valkonen is there. Ali Wollaston just wants to try and take some points. It's Van Bell who sits in 3rd position, who takes that. She takes the 5, Valkonen, Klinger, and then Balasaita, it looked like, for Lithuania that came through. It was that took that. Ellen Kjolen-Klinger takes the 3 points. Ali Wollaston has been given that lap gain. Ureli Acevedo makes the move for Mexico. So there's confirmation of your sprint. Lisa Van Bell of the Netherlands takes 5. Valeria Valkonen takes 3. Ellen Kjolen-Klinger of Denmark takes 2. And Olivia Balasaita takes the 1. We have 48 laps to go this time. If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. This is the final race of the UCI Track Nations Cup here in Konya in Turkey. And here's been a great first event for Turkish track cycling and for this beautiful new venue here in Konya in central Turkey, and a really great facility. The European Championships will be here next year, but this really has kicked things off beautifully. They have put on quite a show so far this weekend. Anita Baima, unfortunately, just getting dropped off the bunch. The Italian who went down in the elimination race. Just we can see she's. If we get a shot of her, very, very heavily bandaged down her right-hand side. We're lining up for the 40 lap to go sprint. Maeve Plouffe on the front. We look down through the bunch. Watch out for those riders that are sitting in those kind of 60 points. So Hesters, Campos, Plouffe, Balasaita, Sevchikova, Chino, Vankiewicz, Acevedo, Valkonen. These are riders, if you really pick up the points, start to look for those lap gains, you can really start to catapult yourself up in the standings. Ingram on the inside for the USA. Balasaita reacts quickly. Ingram goes on the attack for the USA, trying to move herself up through the standings. 26 points at the moment. Ingram, really interesting rider. Beth Ingram, the 26-year-old rider from the USA, 26 years old, Pan Am champion in the team pursuit last year. And she's actually got a degree in maths, master's degree in engineering, and she's doing a PhD in maths, which she's put on hold to just pursue her cycling career. So I think Matt been an incredible mathematician in the points race. Rides for the 2028 team over in the USA. Into the sprint, Acevedo hits the front. On the wheel, Ali Wollaston, Stenberg and Uchino of Japan. Uchino is there. Stenberg trying to get some points, but Ureli Acevedo and Ali Wollaston, the throw to the line. I think Wollaston might have taken that one, but it goes to the Mexican. So Ureli Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico takes the maximum points there, ahead of Ali Wollaston. And Suyako Uchino, Anita Stenberg sweeping up a point. And there you have it, there's confirmation. So Ureli Acevedo of Mexico takes the 5, Ali Wollaston takes 3, Suyako Uchino takes the 2, and Anita Stenberg taking the 1. The world champ looking very much in control here in the points race in the women's Omnium final. It's 115 points. Lisa Van Bell second with 109. Anita Stenberg dropping to third with 107. Acevedo with 93. We said going into this one that Ureli Acevedo was the danger rider that they really needed to keep an eye on. Quick in the sprints. We've got Hesters of Belgium and Plouffe of Australia that are just starting to edge clear off the front. Little gap, but not too much. Pernille, Valkonen, just slightly off the front there. Bachikova of Slovakia, Kozieva of Uzbekistan, and Klinger of Denmark. There's your French rider on the front. 35 laps to go, so 5 laps into the next sprint. So Valeria Valkonen Had a couple of wins already as Valganen, the 22-year-old rider, riding under the independent athletes banner as Nafasat Kozieva here of Uzbekistan launches her move. Taking a bronze last year in the Omnium in the Asian Championships and also in the Madison and the points race. 26 years old from Uzbekistan. Helen Hjolen-Klinger lining up for a big move for Denmark here. You'll just see her there come into your picture. Drops down the track. Will she get a good advantage here if everyone starts to look around? The bunch swings up. Lorena Lowe of Switzerland looks like she might take it up, but swings straight back up the track. So the Dane going on the offensive. She sits in 13th place at the moment with 55 points. Quick. That was a swift quarter of a lap gain for Ellen Hjolen-Klinger. Beautifully timed move. Their bunch swung up, dropped from about halfway down the bunch. Used the transitions of the track beautifully, got some good height, straight on top of that gear. The bunch is set up, and this means that Ellen Hjolen-Klinger now has got half a lap advantage as she gets the bell into the next sprint lap for the Dane. Big move, Kozieva out of the bunch. So as we come through, the chasers behind. Li Shuwing of Hong Kong with Lu Jiali as Klinger takes the maximum points. Jiali comes through. Ali Wollaston, though, wants the second place points. As Acevedo goes on the attack for Mexico behind. It's the front rider, Ellen Hjolen-Klinger, but she's going to get some company very, very soon. And it's Ureli Acevedo Mendoza of Mexico and Ali Wollaston of New Zealand that are right there. Ellen Hjolen-Klinger swings up the track as the action drops down underneath her. Ureli Acevedo on the attack now here for Mexico. Swings up the track, looks around. As we get into the final few sprints, we'll have one with 20 laps to go, one with 10 to go, and double points on the line. Confirmation of sprint 5. Ellen Hjolen-Klinger takes 5. Ali Wollaston the 3. Liu Jiali takes 2. And then Li Shuwing takes the 1. We do have a bit of a breakaway Australia. Maeve Plouffe, Nafosat Kozieva of Uzbekistan, Ngari Baraklov of Canada, and Helena Hesters of Belgium. Updating your standings, Ali Wollaston, edge is clear here, 118 points to Lisa Van Bels, 109. You've got Anita Stenberg third with 107. Ureli Acevedo, though, is closing in on those medals with 93 points. The Mexican rider, can she find a way here? Time that move and try and get that lap gain. If Ureli Acevedo could, she can catapult herself up here in towards that silver medal position. Ali Wollaston, we can see, the world champ, knows that the Mexican rider is in danger. Acevedo is just following Ali Wollaston in the bunch. We've got a leading group: Ngari Baraklov, Olga Vankiewicz, Maeve Plouffe, Nafosat Kozieva, and Helena Hesters with a small advantage with 24 laps to go. That is your breakaway group just coming into turn 3, into turn 4, and in towards the home straight. 3 laps to go into our next sprint. So our leading group might get some company. Daniela Campos, Li Shuwing of Hong Kong, China, and then Suyaki Uchino of Japan latch on to our leading group as Anita Stenberg attacks out of the bunch and about to try and get on here. Stenberg coming into this one in the lead. She had 106 points, so the Norwegian rider, as we get in towards the final 20 laps, has got to pick up some points. Helena Hesters has the front. Baraklov. Here comes Uchino of Japan over the top. Uchino of Japan is leading. Baraklov, Hesters coming through. Lee of Hong Kong, but it is Suyaki Uchino of Japan that takes the maximum points. There is still a chance here to try and get a lap gain. 20 laps to go. Olga Vankiewicz goes on the attack. Ngari Baraklov. So Poland and Canada on the attack. So they're coming through. So confirmation, Ticino, Baraclough, Lee and Vankiewicz. Two leaders going across the line this time are the Polish rider, Olga Vankiewicz, and the Canadian rider, Ngari Baraclough, 5.32 and 1 points. So Anita Beimer, unfortunately, of Italy, losing a lap, losing 20 points, but you can see the strapping on the Italian's legs. She can just drop in here behind our two leaders. Maybe she can gain that back. Behind them, we have got a chasing group starting to form, but with 17 laps to go, there is an opportunity for last year's under-23 Omnium champion from Europe in Olga Vankiewicz of Poland to try and gain that lap if she can. Anita Stenberg is attacking from the bunch behind. So our leaders are on the left. There's Stenberg. She has got for company Eva Anguela Yaquez of Spain. So 2 sprints to go, 1 with 10 to go, and double points on the final sprints. Valeria Valganen swings up the track. Here comes Beth Ingram of the USA with Lu Jiali. Valganen giving chase, but it's still our 2 leaders with Anita Beimer of Italy just latching on to the group, just looking across the track. So Beth Ingram, Lu Jiali and Valeria Valganen are trying to get on. 13 laps to go. This is perfect for Wollaston though, if she can just let these points go and the final points. This is a great scenario for her. The world champ will be quite happy with this scenario. She currently sits on 118 points to Lisa Van Bel's 109, as Van Bel got an attack in the legs. On the right of your picture there, this is our leading group. So Olga Vankiewicz of Poland and Ngari Baraclough. We've got Anita Beimer there from Italy, Lu Jiali of China, Beth Ingram of the USA, and about to get on is Valeria Valganen of the AIN under that independent athletes banner. They've got the bell lap into the sprint with 10. They'll come round with 10 laps to go this time. The pressure completely out of the bunch. This will play into the hands of this leading group. So Baraclough, Vankiewicz coming through to take the points. Beimer takes the 2. Lu Jiali takes the 1. Now they try and force home this gap up to the bunch to put themselves with some points. This will give Vankiewicz some good points as Maeve Plouffe attacks off the front. So the group gets on. Maeve Plouffe makes a move with 8 laps to go. Just 2 kilometers of this points race, which brings to conclusion the women's Omnium today. We have gone through the scratch race, the tempo race and the elimination, and this points race is delivering. Still at the top of the leaderboard is Ali Wollaston with 118 points. Lisa Van Bel, silver medalist, with 109. Anita Stenberg, third with 107. But Yoreli Acevedo, third with 93. And Anita Stenberg now going on the attack. She wants those 10 points. Does Anita Stenberg? She wouldn't close the gap to Ali Wollaston, but she would leapfrog over Lisa Van Bel. And the Dutch rider knows that the danger of Anita Stenberg now taking the 10 final points behind them. You've got Petra Sevchikova, but the pressure goes out of the bunch. Lisa Van Bel and Ali Wollaston are right on the front. Baraclough taking those 5, Vankiewicz, Liu and Ingram. So coming through for that final sprint, 4 laps to go. Wollaston swings up the bunch. They have neutralized that attack there of Stenberg. Who is going to go? Watch Acevedo for this final sprint. The Mexican rider will want the 10 points. Just watching her tracking round the top of the track, we'll expect a move from the Mexican rider perhaps. Helena Hesters on the inside for Belgium as we get 3 laps to go. This time, Baraclough on the inside. Van Bel round the top. Acevedo is right on the wheel, locked in. Uchino of Japan is there. Ali Wollaston trying to find her way through on the inside. The world champion moves herself up for this final sprint. Klinger is there, Uchino from Japan, the world champion, punching a hole through the group there. Just slick move for Ali Wollaston, and they're going to come round and get the bell this time. It's Uchino, Wollaston, Van Bell, Acevedo is right there, Hesters, but on the inside. But here comes Ali Wollaston accelerating into the final lap. The rainbow jersey down the back straight. Lisa Van Bell wants that second position here. Valkonen is up to 113 points in second place, but Ali Wollaston comes through, takes maximum points ahead of Lisa Van Bell. Yareli Acevedo takes the third, with Helena Hesters there taking the 2 points, so 10 to Wollaston, 6 to Van Bell, Acevedo taking the 4, Hesters takes the 2. So Valkonen in 113 points there. After that, 20 points was added to her total late on there. So Ali Wollaston takes it, no doubt about that. 128 points to the world champion. Second place, great finish from Lisa Van Bell. And third place, it looks like might be going to Valeria Valkonen. But the world champion, we said Ali Wollaston always gets stronger and stronger as the day goes on. And she has done that yet again here to take a title in the Women's Omnium, and really special to do that here in the UCI Track Nations Cup in the rainbow jersey of world champion. Another absolute thriller of a points race, I'm sure you will agree, but there is your Omnium winner, resplendent in her rainbow jersey and her rainbow helmet. Ali Wollaston, the New Zealander, always seems to just soak up the pressure of expectation that comes her way every time she gets on the track, and is able to just keep delivering these performances. She's had a great start to the season. There's Valeria Valkonen, 20 points added to her total as we came in towards those that final sprint there, but takes a bronze medal, and you would say really welcome bronze medal. 22 years old, I think she bases herself down in Spain. She's had a couple of wins. She had a win this year already. Confirmation of your result, Ali Wollaston takes it with 128 points, Lisa Van Bell with 115, Valkonen takes bronze with 113, and then Stenberg, Vankiewicz, Acevedo, Mendoza, Uchino, Liu, Sevchikova and Plouffe your top 10. Outside your top 10, Helena Hesters takes 11th, Daniela Campos of Portugal, Ellen Hurlen-Klinger of Denmark, Eva Anguela Yacoes from Spain, Li Shewing of Hong Kong, China, Ngari Baraklov of Canada, Lorena Lowe of Switzerland takes 17th, Beth Ingram 18th, Anita Weimer of 19th, gutsy ride today from the Italian with Olivia Balasaita taking 20, Alberta Bachikova, Aurora Pernalay, Erin Grace Crichton and Naval Sankozieva, your top 24. But what a ride from the world champ. We love it when a world champ puts on a show, don't we? And she's done that in the Omnium, has Ali Wollaston. Great ride from her today. I hope you've enjoyed all the action over the course of the last 3 days. It really has delivered. It's a beautiful track here in Konya. As I mentioned, and we've said throughout the day, the European Track Championships will be here in Turkey next year. So this is a really good first race. We have had one world record, and one world record unfortunately that can't be ratified, because Matt Richardson did a 9.041 in the flying 200 this morning, but unfortunately after the video footage, the UCI, the last meters dropped down onto off the track onto the Côte d'Azur. Let's go down and hear from Mathilde Gros from France.
Yes, congratulations. First of all, you have taken first place in the Keirin race, UCI Konya Nations Cup. What does it mean to win, first of all?
I'm really happy because it was a long day. Yesterday I'm out in the quarterfinal, so I really want to go in the final today. And we missed a mechanic 2 months ago, so this gold medal is for him.
Yeah. Timing is so important in the Keirin race. What was your strategy after the journey left?
Just to see how the girl move, and so I saw that two girls arrive in front of me, and so I want to follow the girl, and when I go for full gas I go, and it was maybe 1.5 laps before the finish line, so it was a perfect race.
In the final lap, as the speeds picked up, what kind of line to control air resistance?
In the final lap, you just go full gas because it was a really long day, and I wanted to pull, to put all my power that I can. And after you don't look, you don't, you just give everything.
I wish you success the rest of the season.
Great to hear from Mathilde Gros of France. What a great ride by her in what has been great sprint competition. Everything has been really well ridden, really exciting. Our only Track Nations Cup, unfortunately, this season, but it really has put on a great show. And you can see as well this long shot that we have here at the velodrome. It gives you a really good shot of the shape of the track. Because not every track is the same shape. But it's a quick track. The transitions you can see, as Lauren Bell was talking about, the kind of climb into the banking. You can see we talk about the transitions of the track, and the transitions of the track. Each track is so important in terms of the flow and how you ride and how you get on top of your gears and how you ride. So it's a really interesting track and a really interesting shape. In terms of the crowd has grown over the course of the 3 days as well. It's a facility that holds about 2,500 people, so I'm sure as they build the interest in track cycling here in Turkey, that the stadium will fill, and hopefully for European Championships next year we'll have full stands. So if you fancy coming over and visiting, Turkey is a fabulous country. I've been here many times over the years. Konya is a very interesting city to come to, so if you want to come and watch some track cycling, put it in your diary for next year, the European Championships, and come and enjoy it. We'll just wait for our medal ceremony, so stay with us. So we will have the women's keirin, the men's sprint, and the women's omnium. So they really have put on a great show for us over the course of the 3 days. The lights go down here. This is the women's keirin victory ceremony. Just making their way out onto the track, onto the podium rather. The women's keirin. In third place for Japan, Minasato, the world champion in the rainbow jersey. Metin Cengiz, here, Vice President of the Turkish Cycling Federation, will present the medals.
In second place, representing Czechia,
A great ride for the Czech rider, Veronika Jaborníková, takes the silver medal here. Mathilde Groth takes the gold medal. Great to see the French rider on the top step of the podium with a gold medal here in the Track Nations Cup. Mustafa Kosh, Youth and Sport, the Merom Youth and Sport District Director, presenting the flowers. Top three, Mathilde Groth of France, Veronika Jabonikova of Czechia, and Mina Sato from Japan. We will move on in our medal ceremonies to the men's sprint. You can see the world champ on the podium in her rainbow jersey. So 2 more medal ceremonies to go here. Just to give you an update as well, we've talked about it quite a lot so far. So the UCI Track Cycling World Championships will be this October. So 22nd to the 26th of October in Santiago in Chile. So heading to Chile for the World Track Championships for the first time. So great to be going there for the Worlds this year. So put that in your diaries as well, you track fans. So we are going to go down just before our medal ceremony for the men's sprint, I believe, and hear from Matthew Richardson. Over to you guys.
You are winner of the men's sprint race. First of all, congratulations. What does it mean to win?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty special feeling. I've obviously won World Cups before, so it's not a new feeling, but it's still one I'm very proud of. And yeah, it was a long day here today. Sprint day is always a really tough one, being the 3rd day of racing. But yeah, I mean, it was hard for everyone. But yeah, I was just glad I got it done in the end.
At the final sprint, which strategies did you apply to optimize your energy?
Earlier on in the racing, I'm just trying to save a bit of energy against some of the slower riders, just not sprinting too early and making any silly decisions that I don't really need to. I just back my legs that I can come around in the last bend. And that's basically what I was doing almost the whole way through the comp. And yeah, it got the job done.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Matty Richardson. He's won a lot of medals in his time. Many more to come. But as he said, it's an interesting insight there as well that you get from someone like that, you know, in terms of the early rides. You never go in underestimating your opponents. He knows how much faster he is, but also it's saving that energy. That's what we talk about a lot on a long day like this in track cycling, is those multiple rides and in terms of the program. So we started at 9:30 this morning with the men's sprint qualification. We're here local time coming up to 8 p.m. So it is a long day in terms of the prep. When you get up, when you have your breakfast, when you get to the track, warming up. And he set, unfortunately, as we've said, we've had that statement that he went down onto the blue band in his flying 200. So the ratification of that world record won't stand today, but he's going to take a massive amount of confidence away from this, that he knows that he has got that world record pace in his legs. So 9.041 Matty Richardson did in the flying 200 this morning. So I'm sure we will see, I'm sure we're going to see that record fall. Again, will he manage to do it? Onto the podium for the men's sprint presentation. We had an all-British final. We had an Aussie-French battle for the bronze medal. And both winners got it job done in 2 rides. So our bronze medalist, Ryan Halal. Member of that European team sprint team this year, 26-year-old Frenchman. Second place for Great Britain's Harry Ledingham-Horn. Been national champion in the sprint, took national champion in the team sprint, bronze in the European team sprint this year. But the victory today goes to Matthew Richardson of Great Britain. As he said, he's won the World Cups before. Adds that to a growing list of honours. And looking very, very quick going into this season. Another really strong performance here from Harry Ledingham-Horn. I'm really pleased to see him up there on the podium. He had a great British National Track Championships as well, did Harry. He's getting stronger as well with every ride. Matt Richardson, clean sweep of the British champs sprint titles this year. But one more time for you, 1, 2, 3, Ryan Halal of France, Harry Ledingham-Horn of Great Britain, and Matthew Richardson, your gold medalist. And that is it. That brings to a conclusion the racing here in Konya in Turkey. But I think before we sign off, as the riders just take their obligatory photo moments on the podium, I'm just catching a glimpse down in the track centre of the rainbow jersey. There we've got the women's omnium ceremony to come. And we've got one more medal ceremony. And I believe, as the guys get ready, that we are going to go down and hear from the world champion Ali Wollaston just before she gets herself on to the podium. Let's go and hear from Ali Wollaston now. Over to you guys.
Congratulations, you are winner of the Omnium race in the Konya USA Track Nations Cup. What does it mean to win, first of all?
Yeah, it means a lot. I haven't been on the track since the World Champs in Copenhagen, and yeah, it's been my first race in the Rainbows, and yeah, I felt a little bit of pressure out there today, and yeah, to come away with a win is just, yeah, amazing.
Each race needs to different approach. What was the biggest challenge race for you? How has you managed?
Definitely the scratch race. I had a really rough start to the day. Yeah, had just bad positioning maybe. But yeah, I started the day in 13th and just clawed my way back through the races. So yeah, it's definitely a big challenge to turn that round after the scratch race. But I knew I had good legs today. I just had to use them in the right way. And yeah, I'm glad that I could get all of the effort out in the points race.
How did you stay focused mentally, like demanding and tough race?
Yeah, you get used to it after a while. The Omnium's a really long day, so just to have the right people around you is really important. I had a great support team around me today, and just, yeah, but nice to be back with the New Zealand team and just enjoying racing again.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Ali Wollaston. First race in the Rainbows, first victory in the Rainbows as well. That is always a special moment. And as you hear there as well, just talking about that pressure, that level of expectation that you have as a world champion when you come into something like this, you always have that pressure. And Ali, right from the sort of beginning of her career, really, where she sort of first burst onto the scene, and we saw that talent that she had. We would always sort of have that little bit of pressure. She's one of the fastest sprinters on the road as well. Races for the AG Insurance Sudan team on the roads. We're moving across to FDJ Suez, of course, this year. So new team for her, and so she really has sort of slotted in to her sort of time now within FDJ Suez, and they really have built such a strong team now for the future, adding Ali Wollaston and Demi Vollering into that team. But I think now, with looking at that, she'll have a really strong time ahead of her. She of course turned pro with AG Insurance Sudan, but I think that sort of move is really going to help her. Valeria Valganen, riding under the independent athletes banner, takes the bronze medal. That is a really good performance from her. She's I'm sure she's going to be absolutely delighted with that. 22 years old, based down in Spain, I believe. She took the GP Cantabria earlier on in the season. She had a win last year in the Grand Prix of Ligatza as well. Lisa van Bell takes the silver medal, the 21-year-old Dutch rider. Gold in the European Madison recently, bronze in the elimination. Real rising star is Lisa van Bell. And our gold medal, the world champion. It's always special to see the rainbow jersey on the top step of the podium, and the New Zealander delivers here. Great ride throughout that one. What a great points race for Ali Wollaston. Mehmet Firat, Secretary General of the Turkish Cycling Federation, presenting the flowers. One more time for your medalists. What a great Omnium we had today, and a great points race to bring to a conclusion this UCI Track Nations Cup in Konya in Turkey. Valeria Valganen, Lisa van Bell and Ali Wollaston are your medalists. Three great days of racing in the Nations Cup. There's your medal standings. Netherlands top the standings with 6 medals total, 2 gold, 3 silver, 1 bronze. Great Britain finished second with 4 medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers. New Zealand, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze. Mexico in 9th there with 1 gold. Malaysia, great gold for them in this one, and great silver, you'd say, there as well for Czechia. Japan there in 14th place. But what a way to kick things off here in Turkey with their track cycling program, and really sort of celebrate the sort of certification of this new track here in Konya, Turkey. As we said, we're going to have the European champs here next year. Thanks to your company over the past 3 days. A huge thank you as well as to Maru Kwame and Lauren Bell for their company today, and thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. From me, Martin McDonald, it's bye for now.